Okay, I think we're ready to go. I'd call the Board of Pardons of the state of Louisiana into order. It's 9:12 a.m. We're at the Department of Corrections in Baton Rouge. We'll be talking to a number of people throughout the day at different locations. Like I say, this is the Board of Pardons. Cheryl Renatza is normally the chairman, but I'll be the chairman as of today. And we'll have a roll call, please.
Pete Freeman,
Present.
Steve Prater,
Present.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Present.
Chuck Tillis.
Present.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum, and the first order of business will be to adopt the minutes from the June 3rd meeting of the Board of Pardons. And can I have a motion?
I move to make a motion for approval of minutes from June 3rd, 2024.
Okay, could I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We've adopted the minutes and appreciate that. We'll be handling several cases. I said today about 9 cases. Most of them are going to be commutation of sentences. The first one is a pardon with restoration of gun rights, and that's what we'll be taking now. We divide these cases up into, because there's so many and because there's so much reading, we all read all of them. But then we divide them up into a chief investigator, you might say, the one that will handle that particular case. The first case we have here is Chucky Tillis's, I believe. Mr. Tillis, would you handle this fella here, Brian RACCA?
Good morning, Mr. Brian. How are you? Can you hear me?
You're muted, sir.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
How have you been?
Been doing good.
Good, good. Why, can you explain to me why is it you need a gun, or what's the reason why you want to have one?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I say, could you explain to me why is it you feel you need a gun, and what do you plan on doing with it?
Oh, well, I'm an outdoorsman. Been an outdoorsman all my life, and just turned 59, and I'd love to go hunting, target shooting, skeet shooting. All my friends do it, and you know, time's short. I kind of put it out of the way for 28 years, you know, and I'd like to get back into it.
What kind of hunting do you do?
I don't hunt. So, and I don't think I would hunt. I really just want it for skeet shooting, target shooting, and that's about it.
I saw where you skeet shoot. You do a lot of it? Been doing it before?
Oh yeah, I got back before I was arrested, I got my own skeet machine. We'd go out in the cane fields and shoot skeet, and we used to hunt. I used to hunt. We'd hunt squirrel, and that's about it. And target shoot. We'd love to see who's the best shooter.
Is there anything else you want to say about reasoning why you need it other than that?
That's it. That's about it.
No more questions? No questions? Mr. Any questions?
Not one.
Okay, sir, I think I don't have any questions either, and you don't have any supporters or in opposition to this. So I'll ask Mr. Tillis if he would to lead us in the voting.
My vote would be to grant.
Ms. Stapleton?
I agree to grant.
I agree to grant. You've had over a 20-year cleansing period with no arrests, no problem. My vote is to grant.
Sure, my vote also is to grant. And you've had no convictions or no arrests for violent crimes. I think that's important. You've never served any time. You're on probation for this marijuana charge, possession with intent or whatever it was. And so therefore,
Recommendation.
we
recommend to the government.
thank you. I was notified by the staff that this is just a recommendation to the governor to grant. We can't grant, so you can't go out and start shooting this afternoon. But we're going to send our recommendation to the governor that should be granted, and then it'll be his and his staff's decision what to do. So I think that's gonna conclude this case, and the time is 9:17. End of this first case. Thank you.
Thank y'all very much. I really appreciate it.
Shh, we're unmuted. Oh, here we are. Mhm. Can you hear us? Are we supposed to be hearing something right now?
No, nothing yet.
Okay, thank you. Are we muted?
No, you're not.
Okay. Are we supposed to be?
Yes.
We're trying to
You
figure.
do, go back to the done speaking.
Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting, the Louisiana Board of Pardons back to order. The time is 9:27. A couple of little things to clean up as far as procedural matters. Number one, we have a continuation of a case later on in today. Ms. Sheila Jenkins has asked for continuation. We need board approval of that. Could I have a motion to continue Sheila Jenkins?
I move to continue Sheila Jenkins' case to the next available.
Okay,
I'll second.
got a motion and a second. All in favor of continuation of Sheila Jenkins, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. The next order of business, and before we introduce the board, would be staff. I apologize, I didn't have you introduce yourself to begin with. Would you say your names, please, for the record?
Jasmine. Probably.
Okay.
Francis Abbott,
Agent Brett Jackson, Provincial Court.
security, would you mind introducing yourself for the record?
Major C. Stinson, SIW.
Okay, all right, we appreciate that. And we have one person that is going to be observing several of the cases today. And sir, what is your name?
My name is Marcus Tomcar.
Okay, all right, welcome. I believe that's all in the way of cleanup that we needed to do as far as board procedures. Now we'll take on the case of Miss Helen Burns. Miss Helen Burns is at the Louisiana Correctional Institute of Women. She is on the Zoom camera with us today. And we have a number of people that are here in support and opposition that will either be here or Zooming their opinions. So I'll read those names quickly. We have Monica Mims, Raina Burns, Butch Wilson, Marcus Condcar. If I'm saying that right, if I'm not, I apologize. Then in favor, we have Becky Condcar, Carrie Myers, and Victoria Spikes. They'll all be speaking. Then we have Eric Wright, Bonnie Pardo, Nancy Hayes, Dorian Bickham Jr., Daja Bickham, Lula Rebus, Brandon Spikes, Veronica Fabre, Hannah Gradle, Renee Haas, Christy Shermy, and Carolyn Adams. And welcome all of you to the Zoom or in person if you happen to be here. And let me give you wholeheartedly apologize for butchering your names, but I'm pretty famous for that. And so anyway, you know who's here, and I appreciate you being here, taking part in this. It's our privilege to be on the pardon board. And the way we do this, because we have so many cases, we divide it up, and sometimes Mr. Chucky Tillis down at the end, or Carolyn Stapleton, who's to my left, or Pete Freeman to my right, or myself, and I'm Steve Prater. We will divide these cases up, and somebody will take the point as far as do the questioning. So before we get into that, though, we want to hear from Ms. Burns about why she feels like she is worthy of and desirous of this commutation. And then we will move into those in favor of and those against this particular, those against and then those in favor of. And then we will have, after all of that, then we will have questioning of our board. Mr. Tillis, I think, is,
No, Ms.
Mr. Freeman has this. He has this. He'll then question you, and then the board will question and vote. So that explaining that took longer than it probably will. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get started with you, Ms. Burns. Good morning, and tell us why and what you're wanting and why you think you're deserving of this.
Good morning. First, I would like to thank the board for allowing me to be here today. I waited many years for this moment, and I'm a little nervous. If it's okay with you, I would ask, may I read off my paper some to make sure I get my words right?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
Thank you. To answer your question, why I deserve a pardon, I am not the same person I was almost 28 years ago. It's not because I'm older. It's because I worked hard to become a person that's thoughtful and has awareness of my actions and their consequences. I'm here today because I shot and I killed my husband. I did a horrible thing, and I will forever regret the bad choice that I made that caused so much pain to our daughter, Victoria, and my stepdaughter, Raina. I could never feel the void that's in Victoria's or Raina's heart for the loss of their father, because I caused that void and pain. I'm so ashamed of causing my mother-in-law, Beverly, so much grief and pain for the death of her son. There's no justification for my actions. The one thing that Victoria told me that she wanted more than anything is for to know what happened to her father. And the hardest thing that I ever had to do was to tell her the truth, was that I shot and killed my husband I'm responsible. And I needed Victoria to know that she didn't do anything wrong, that her father loved her and Raina with all his heart. I needed her to know that I was responsible. And I know that presenting myself here today that I have to talk about some of my own accomplishments, but yet I feel uncomfortable because it won't take away the hurt and the pain that I've caused other people. But I have worked hard and I am proud of some things that I have accomplished. I was one of 20 ladies that was chosen to start a pilot program for the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. And I was one of 8 to graduate in the first class with a bachelor's degree from the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. I'm a peer minister. I visit the infirmary. I visit the elder ladies on the holidays to do life with them, let them know that they're not alone. Also, I do ministry rounds on a compound. I enjoy talking to the ladies and sharing with them and having a relationship with them, allowing them to have a safe place. And that's one of the most important things for ladies here, with finding a safe place to share things that's inside of them. Also, I'm the liaison for the Kairos community, the liaison for the Healing Place Church. I'm a reentry court mentor for the drug program.
Yes, ma'am. We have all of that in your record, and it's apparent that you have done a lot. You have done a lot. So you want to wrap up what you need to say so we can move on to the others, please, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I wanted to say that those classes, I wouldn't have been able to do those classes if I wouldn't have taken time to look inside myself and look at my own issues and deal with my own issues, which one was not loving myself and the other ones was being isolated, keeping things to myself, not believing that there was a safe place to share any of those things. I've learned a lot from those classes, especially trauma healing, because it says that trauma does not excuse your behavior. And anger management, I learned that no one can actually make you angry. You make a choice to be angry because unresolved issues that you have inside yourself. I would ask this board to have mercy on me and give me a second chance that I cannot earn because of what I've done. And my daughter Victoria said the one thing that she wants more than anything is for her mother to come home to be a mother to her in society. And if given that second chance, I'll be able to be a mother that she deserved. Also, I have a transition plan. The Parole Project have accepted my application to help me transition back into society. Also,
Yes.
I have.
Excuse me, we've got Mr. Myers going to talk to us about that in a little bit, and so we'll get all of that information in just a little bit.
Yes,
So,
sir.
let's see, before we move on to the next speaker, could the staff introduce themselves there, please?
Yes, sir. Kristen Thomas, warden.
Tara P. ARDC manager.
Afton Gaddy, ARDC supervisor.
Lieutenant S. Brown, security.
Okay, and warden, could you give us a little insight as far as Ms. Burns goes?
Sure. I think she kind of noted and touched on a lot of the things that she's been doing for us here at the institution, but she does work very closely with the faith-based and ministry staff working in the chapel, pretty much Monday through Friday, afternoons, evenings. She does well with tutoring, some of the other students in the NOBTS classes. She participates in various clubs with the Lifers Association and Toastmasters, just to kind of stay busy, throughout the day when obviously she's not at her work assignment. She hasn't had a write-up since 2008. So, she stays kind of on the right track doing what she needs to do and mentoring and ministering others. But I know Mr. Myers will touch on the parole project and her transition if she has a favorable vote to.
Okay, thank you, Board. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to those in opposition. Monica, excuse me. Okay, you have to bear with me. Those in support. Okay, here goes the names again. I think we'll have Becky, would you go first? And I'll just use your first name.
Good morning. I'm Becky Kandkar. I'm an attorney with the Tulane Law School Women's Prison Project. I'm representing Ms. Burns this morning. We had sent a notification to the board that we did have 3 speakers today. Victoria Burns Spikes, Eric Wright, and Carrie Myers. And I had intended to do a statement on Ms. Burns' behalf at the close if possible.
Okay, you can be the last of the 3 speakers. Yes, ma'am. You can be the.
She's the attorney. She doesn't count.
Okay, I'm being told that since you are the attorney, that you don't count as one of the 3. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So the 3 that we have at this point is Carrie Myers, Victoria Spikes. And is there anybody else? That's the 2.
Eric Wright, who had to appear on Zoom, I believe, because he is sick. He should be on Zoom. That's Miss.
Okay, we'll let him speak and we'll confirm that he is on Zoom.
Yes, he's on.
He is on Zoom, so we'll throw the order a little bit out of the way and let's see, Carrie Myers, would you go next? And then we will take Victoria and Eric.
So, good morning, board. Carrie Myers of the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here happily today to support Ms. Burns. 2 things that have stood out to us consistently since we have been working with Ms. Burns for over a year now has been 1, her humility, and 2, her accomplishments. Combine that together, and she has just shown that not only is she remorseful for her actions, she's prepared herself for a life beyond prison. Should she come to Parole Project will help her in that transition. We have done this more than 570 times now, and our clients, particularly those clients who have received commutations and since been released, have been extremely successful. We'll help her with her financial skills, financial management and planning. We'll help her understand technology. A lot of things have changed in 27 years. Social norms, consumer skills, goal setting, employment assistance, and day-to-day mentoring. Our case management will go to a minimum of 1 year, but Parole Project has always had a motto that once a client, always a client. So should even in the future Ms. Burns need our assistance, she knows that we would be just a phone call away. Again, like I said, she will have a mentor while she is with us in transitional housing for as long as she needs that transitional housing in that programming. So again, just going back to the fact that what stood out to us again is her humility and her accomplishments. We think she's very suited for a return. And so we just asked this board to consider the totality of what you'll hear today in support of her and grant her recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your work and appreciate those words. Okay, Miss Victoria Spikes, who is the daughter of Helen Burns. Victoria, would you talk to us? Okay, she is here. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Glad they're here.
Yes, ma'am, that'd be great.
To be honest with y'all, I don't have to read it because I don't know if I even say no. But good morning, my name is Victoria Spikes. Helen Burns was my father and Helen Burns was my mother. I'm here on behalf of my sister and myself because we want you to know the type of person that our mother is, and that she deserves a second chance. There is not an easy way to describe my life and how it was after my father died and my mother was grieving. The life I remember with my parents was different. Of my dad yelling and hitting me and my mother constantly crying. But I love them both. My grandmother and my uncle Eric tried their best, but my sister and I went without a lot. My sister was older than me when it happened, so even though we both had a lot to deal with. Even things like learning how to read. My mother taught my sister as well as her four nephews how to read. But when it came to my turn, it was hard because she wasn't there. So I lacked in school. And it took a lot more work for me to catch up. Birthdays, boyfriends, graduation, my wedding, my children, all of those are milestones that shape the person's life. But I had to experience all that without either of my parents. But my mom was a pretty amazing woman in every way that she could be. She called me at least every other day. She helped me with my homework and projects, even through the phone. She made sure we had at least 2 visits a month so that we had our quality time. She made handmade Easter baskets every year and cards. And even sent food supplies. Somehow she always knew something was wrong with me. She talked me through depression and helped me grow in my faith in God. She is my rock. She inspires me to push through every obstacle because of what she's been through. No matter the hard time. She has taught me to never give up. My mom was always honest with me about anything and everything that I asked, no matter the difficulty. She has never made me think that it was my dad's fault or anyone else's. Ever since I was little, she would tell me stories about my dad and what we used to do together, like going to the lakefront and fishing, so to hang out with him, his friends, and how much he loved me. I'm the person I am today because of my mom. I've made it through so many difficult times just off of her. I have a job that I'm proud of. I have a husband who believes in me and my mom wants her to come home. We just had another baby. We both want our children to continue to get to know my mom and to have their grandmother with them and through their life. I'm asking you to not only give my mom a second chance, but to give one for me. I was 4 years old when I lost my mom. And the last time that I had a parent physically in my life and physically with me. I'm a mom now, but I still need my mom.
Thank you very much for those words. We appreciate it. Okay, Eric Wright.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Wright, talk to us, please.
Good morning. How you doing?
Fine.
I have COVID, so that's why I couldn't make it. Sorry about that. I don't want to take too much of the board's time, and I appreciate how difficult your job is today. On behalf of my family, I want to thank you for giving my sister this opportunity before you today. I want you to know that my sister has always been one of the most important people in my life. She helped raise me. She's one of the best people I know. As I said in my letter of support, it was no surprise she ended up in an abusive relationship. That does not justify what she did. I hope you can find it in your heart to show her mercy. She is a good person, and her daughter needs her. My wife and I both love and care for Helen so much, and we will help her. We will help support her in her every way if she's given a second chance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate those words. All right, I believe that's the three designated speakers. Now we'll move on to the attorney. We'll move on to attorney, I'm gonna try Condcar. Ms. Condcar, would you
Yes.
take over now, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. I'd also like to start by thanking this board for providing Ms. Burns this opportunity. And I do want to acknowledge the pain and the grief that has been experienced and continues to be experienced by Conway Burns' family. We do understand that these hearings themselves are often a difficult and a source of pain for them as well. I know this board's work carries immense responsibility as you try to determine whether someone has grown and changed so much during their time in prison that they can or should be given a second chance. I hope this board will see today that Ms. Burns is one of those people. Ms. Burns had no prior criminal record before she went to prison, and she has not had a disciplinary write-up for the last 16 years. Before she went to prison, she was a married mother of 2 young children. She worked in a hospital, and she was a youth coach at a local community center. Today, she's a 60-year-old grandmother, a college graduate who has spent the last 27 years coming to terms with the worst decision of her life and the devastation that it caused to 2 families, and including her own children. Ms. Burns told you a little bit about the many programs that she's enrolled in at LCIW and how they have helped shape the woman that she is. Programming like victim impact, domestic violence, trauma healing, anger management have all helped her to gain insight into her choices and how she got here. Ms. Burns also became one of the first women to earn her bachelor's degree here. She is a tutor, a reentry court mentor, a peer minister, a head usher, and she's also a trained facilitator for domestic violence groups. These are all positions of trust and responsibility that she's earned during her 27 years here. Ms. Burns has never denied what she did. She turned herself in on the same day, and she told her own daughter the most difficult words a mother can speak. You just heard from that daughter, Victoria Spikes, and about how Ms. Burns never, not ever, once tried to justify her actions or make Victoria believe that anyone else was responsible for her father's death. Ms. Burns blames only herself. It is true that Ms. Burns went through a lot, including on that day, and we provided that context in our memo, not because it justifies or excuses her actions, but because the context matters for determining whether she has addressed the programming that she needs and taken the programming that she needs in order to rehabilitate. These are all things she had to grapple with in order to grow and learn and become the kind of person that mentors others. And that is something that she has been doing here for years. I just want to note that the people who submitted letters of support for her didn't just speak in generalities about her contributions to the LCIW community. They recounted many specific stories about how she impacted people's lives. By all accounts, Ms. Burns is a deeply religious woman, and in the words of one of her mentees, she prays for you even when you don't want to pray for yourself. Beatrice Taylor described how Ms. Burns helped physically rebuild a church here at LCIW when St. Gabriel flooded. And Sabrina Monaco wrote about how Ms. Burns spent days ministering to a woman in the infirmary who had lost the will to live. And Ms. Burns' supervisor, Chaplain Gardner, has seen Ms. Burns transform during the 18 years that she has known her. In her letter, she described Ms. Burns as a remarkable leader who has profoundly reflected on her past actions and earned the respect of the admiration of both inmates and staff. As her brother Eric said, Ms. Burns is a good person who cares about people. She did a terrible thing on a single day in her life that shattered other people's lives forever. She has spent decades coming to terms with her actions. She didn't hide it. She did many things she's ashamed of that can't be justified or explained to make sense, and she lives with that every day. This board hears from many people who have grown and changed during their time in prison. Ms. Burns has done her very best. It's not just reflected in her many certificates and accomplishments, which I'm sure you've seen, but also through the way she is living her life. There is no amount of time that can make up for taking someone's life, but Ms. Burns is as ready as she can be. She's earned nearly every certification possible at LCIW to build job skills and life skills. She has a college degree. If given the opportunity to re-enter, she also has a strong re-entry plan. Thank you all for your time, and I would ask if possible to reserve a minute at the end for any issues that need to be addressed or require clarification.
She asking for some sort of bottle. She can't, but no, she can't.
Okay, we'll move on now. Thank you for those words. And we will consider everything that you had to say. All right, we'll move on to those in opposition. And we have Monica Mims will be the first one to speak by Zoom. Yes, ma'am. You're on mute. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Ma'am.
You can hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, I would like to say that, thank the board for allowing us to be here today to discuss this. I'm here with my daughter, Conway's, Helen's husband's oldest daughter. And I want to say that this is all hard for me, sitting here watching my daughter hear what people are saying about Helen. I do have to say Conway was a hands-on dad, and Raina has spent the last 28 some odd years of not being able to spend time with her dad or do something with her dad. That's why I'm in opposition. Her marriage, there was no dad to give her away. For some of her life struggles, there's no dad to call. Conway also was a Christian man and prayed. And the way I feel about it is only God can give a life and only God can take a life. This has been extremely hard. I do want the board to know on this day when we found this out, my daughter had just gotten out of school and she had, it's been so many years, I don't know where the letter is, but there was a letter of her explaining of all the things that she was going to do for the summer with her. And, you know, because the teachers wanted them to do a letter of how she was going to spend her summer. And she put her summer with her dad, because that's what she did, spent summers with her dad. And it was a heartfelt story to say all the things she would have been able to do, but because of Ms. Burns' actions, she never got to do those things. I remember like yesterday, it took me, I had to come home from work. It took me 4 hours to try to figure out how to tell this child that her father, 10-year-old child, that her father was gone. She wasn't going to spend time with him for the summer or ever again. I have spent countless days, nights trying to talk to her and explain to her how her dad loved her. I understand Victoria missing her mom and her dad, but Raina doesn't have her dad anymore. And you would think that maybe it could be okay, but she's not okay. My daughter is not okay and hasn't been okay since the day this happened. Maybe something that could have happened was classes or rehabilitation things with a church or something before this happened. But right now, as it stands, it's done. And you have a child, an adult young lady, I should say, without her father, and 3 children, actually. And I could also say that I spoke to my youngest daughter after this morning, after we left, and she said the way it affected her, she would not want her to get out either, because she was in the house and saw the pain and things that her sister experienced and that we all experience, and the family. I am in constant contact with Miss Beverly Conway's mother, and she's not here today because her sister is dying and she went to be with her, and wanted us to come, but this is not a good choice, I believe. I understand the accomplishment.
Okay, could you kind of wrap your remarks up and we'll move on to your daughter, please, ma'am?
Okay, I think that's it.
Okay, well, let's hear from your daughter then, Raina.
Hi, I'm Raina. I don't believe that she should get out because I feel like part of my reason is I feel like people can visit her in jail. She can talk to people on the phone. I will never get that experience with my father again. I can't call him up and ask him any questions or speak to him. I'll never be able to visit him where he's at until I die, and I'm not going nowhere no time soon. I believe in forgiveness, but I also feel like a decision and an action was made that can't be given back. She's living and my dad is not here. I will never be able to see him again until I die and go to heaven or hell or wherever he's at. And I don't think that's fair. I don't know how I would feel if I were to be in the grocery store or somewhere and see her. It has affected me in many ways. I just personally feel like if I can't be given back my dad, why should she have her freedom? He's not here anymore. It's not like I don't feel like it's something that can be given back to me. I don't think that I'm proud of all of her accomplishments. I understand my sister has never had her relationship with her mom that she would like to have, but I believe that I personally believe that anytime you decide to make a decision to do something, you also need to think of the consequences that come behind them. And in doing that, a decision was made. She had children when she did what she did. And that decision that was made separated her from her children. And I feel like sometimes when you make a decision, you got to go with whatever the consequence may be.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, you kind of wrap your remarks up, please, ma'am, and so we
That's all
can-
I say.
Okay, thank you for your appearance and your words, and we'll take those into consideration. Okay, the next speaker in opposition is Butch Wilson, St. Tammany DA. Yes, sir.
Well, thank y'all for being here today and for having everyone in. On behalf of the district attorney, we respect this lady's accomplishments since she's been in jail. But everything we've heard here on behalf of this offender has overlooked the facts of this matter. She continues to put forth a version of events that was rejected by the jury and the appeals courts. She continues to say that she shot her husband. That is not what happened. That was a version of events that was rejected by the jury and by the appeals courts. And she continues to maintain it here today before this court of clemency. Not only was it rejected by the jury, but it was contradicted by the physical evidence. Mr. Burns was shot in the back multiple times, more than once. He was not shot as she claimed while he was reaching through a car door trying to grab her. He would have been shot in the back. Her brother shot this man in the back as he was trying to get away. This has been just a vanilla version of what happened, but the point of it has been to protect her co-defendant, which was her brother. The bottom line here today in these proceedings, I don't have a whole lot to say because I know y'all have read the facts of this case and you're aware of what really happened. But this lady showed up here today and lied to you. She continues to lie. She continues to perpetuate the same lie. She's not remorseful based upon her version of what she has to say to all four of you members of the clemency board. And on that basis alone is not deserving of clemency. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your words, sir, and we'll take those into consideration also. Now we move on to the as I've said before, we move on to the part where each one of us is assigned a particular case. Mr. Freeman, Pete Freeman, is the principal investigator on this case, and we'll turn it over to him, sir.
Okay, good morning. Ms. Burns, how old are you? How?
Y'all muted LCIW.
Can you hear us?
Yes, okay. 60 years old?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long have you been in prison?
Almost 28 years.
Okay, and you have a college education, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Burns, Mr. Wilson covered a lot of what I was gonna ask. I mean, it's quite obvious from witness statements and everybody's statement that your brother shot. Your brother was fighting with him outside the van. What, is there any explanation, or do you still feel you shot him?
Yes, sir. I know a lot of things were said in court, and I know that I didn't understand. I know that there were witnesses that say that they seen whatever they seen, but I know that I pulled the trigger and shot my husband. I know that my husband is not I know that my brother was not a saint. And he did many things as breaking the law. But my brother did not shoot and kill my husband. I did. And
Was your brother with you?
no, sir.
How did he get to the scene so quick?
I have no idea.
Were y'all stalking him? Had you went over there and watched to make sure when he left for lunch?
I was in the car by myself and I did. My thoughts was that day to see if when he went to lunch that I can go home to get my things because I was afraid that if he see me that he may attack me again, but I was alone.
Okay. Well, what's confusing about it, if your husband's at work and you saw him at work, why not get the kids in? Why wait all the way to lunch?
Can you repeat that again?
Okay, you went by your husband's place of work after your family went there and there was a confrontation. There was a fight at work. You went, you said you waited to watch to see him leave for lunch so you could go get your kids. I'm not trying to try the case, but it's very confusing. Why couldn't you get the kids while he was at work?
I didn't get the kids. The incident happened in my home. And when I left my home, my husband and I was in a home fighting, and he kicked me out the front door and I landed on the ground and I went unconscious from that point on. And when I did get up out off the ground, I went to my car because I had keys to my car. And I had so many thoughts that day bombarded my mind that I did go on a road, like a parking lot, to try to sit and think and try to make sure that if I could see his car pass by, then I'll be safe to go back home. I never had my kids.
Right.
And when I seen my husband car pass by, I followed him because I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to confront him about the violent incident that happened that morning. And I followed him down the highway. I followed my husband down the highway. And my husband made a sudden stop and blocking the highway. And my car almost ran into him, and we stopped, and he got out the van and came toward me. And he reached in the car and he was grabbing at me, and I was afraid. And I had the gun on the car seat on the passenger side. No one was with me. I had the gun on the passenger side, and he reached in, and when he grabbed me, I picked up the gun and I shot out the window twice. I don't know where he got shot at, but I did shoot out the window twice, and then I drove.
Okay.
And
I read the whole file and understand. I was just trying to clear up some things in my mind. You've done a terrific job in prison. Everybody writes that you do real well and that you tutor and that you help out whenever you can. Tell me, out of all the classes you took, what was the best class you took? What you got the most out of?
I actually have to say it was actually a couple of them together, because the trauma class allowed me to open up and express and to learn that it wasn't my fault that I was abused as a child. And I had to deal with that because that was something that I always held as a secret that I didn't want anybody to know. And the anger management class let me know that no one can make you angry. You make a choice. And that day I made a choice, and I was angry at my husband. I was angry because of I was angry because of I was angry because I was beaten, and I couldn't understand why. I couldn't understand why what happened that morning. And I wanted to ask him what I did to deserve that. asking why. I just.
There was a lot of trauma going on at the time. Okay, have one more question. How old were your two daughters? I mean, one was 10, the other lady, how old is Victoria? How old are you, Victoria?
I'm 32 now.
You were 4? 10 and 4. Okay. 22. 10. Okay.
Both of them are dead.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Stapleton, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir, I do. Ms. Burns,
Yes,
I,
ma'am.
so, we all read your report thoroughly and everything. Some of the things because, you know, I'm familiar with domestic violence and, I noticed some of the things you said in your statements that you had 3 important physical abuses that took place. One of them was when you got pregnant. I guess that was with your youngest daughter, Victoria.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you called the police to get him off of you. Was that the first time that he beat you? Like on you?
Yes, ma'am. That was the first time that I experienced his abuse when he pushed me against the house and he was choking me.
Choking you, strangling you.
Yes, ma'am. And his cousin had to help get him off of me.
Y'all called the police, so it had that you called the police to get him off, or was it just the cousin helped and weren't called?
She was helping so he wouldn't keep strangling me, but we called the police. I called the police.
What did the police do about that? Did they arrest him or anything, or just talk to him, or what happened?
No, ma'am. They I remember they said that he had left and one officer told another officer that, oh, that's Beverly's son, and they told me to come and make a report at the police station.
Did you do it?
Yes, ma'am.
You did. Okay. And what year was that? They mentioned something in the report that reported in 1995, but they couldn't find it. Would that have been about the right time when you were pregnant with Victoria?
Victoria's born in 92.
92. Okay. Well, then that would have been a later report. It's not. I mean, Louisiana ranks #1 in domestic violence, homicide with domestic violence for pregnant women. And we've been like that for years and years and years. And so strangulation is also noted as the point when, in domestic violence, when a person's willing to kill another person. Because, you cut off their air supply. Then the second one I read was that he smothered you with a pillow and you ended up in the hospital. You want to tell me about that one?
Yes, ma'am. We was like this husband and wife playing with pillows, and he took the pillow and he put it over my face, and at first I was able to move a little, then I couldn't move, and I was kind of hitting him, telling him that I couldn't breathe. And
yes.
He just kept pushing it down harder and harder. And finally I was able to get up, and he ran out the door, and he ran out the bedroom door, and I was trying to leave out. And then when I went outside behind him, he went outside and he came back in and locked the door with the kids, and I was trying to get in and get the kids because they was howling, they was crying. And that's when I bust the window open to try to get in to get the kids away from him, and I cut my arm up.
Is that how you ended in the hospital, or did you go to the hospital?
Yes,
So-
ma'am, I went to the hospital because of my arms and to see was anything else wrong. Cause my arm was all cut up.
Then I read also that you had on the questionnaire that you had repeated head beatings and brain trauma. You wanna, was that ever diagnosed, or is that something you know?
When he would hit me, he would hit me in my head, and I went to Charity Hospital, but I don't know. I had to see a neurologist and constantly see a neurologist for that, but I don't know what any of the records went to. But I was seen by a neurologist when Charity Hospital was open. I had to go because of the head injuries.
So Victoria was 4 years old when this incident happened. Well, when this tragedy happened, I'm not calling it an incident, I'm calling it a tragedy because that's what it was.
Yes.
And there was the big fight and the last fight that led to you shooting him, and you know it killed him. So, but it seems like there was a 4-year period there that these beatings were taking place, and I just wanted to kind of get that straight in my mind. I also am confused about the brother, you know. I don't know, I mean, you say he doesn't fit into this, other people says he does, but the beating did take place. So that was something that I wanted to find out. And also, I was very glad because I was going to ask about the domestic violence classes and the trauma classes. And it looks like you've had a lot of that to the point that you're a facilitator. Because I noticed also you had a previous marriage. This was your second marriage with domestic violence was involved. And so, of course, nobody comes with a sign written on their head, you know, abuser. They, you know, when people are dating, everything's nice and wonderful. And it's later that these different things come out. And you talked about, you know, walking on eggshells in the house because you didn't know when he was going to go off, the mood swings and stuff like that. So those kind of things can cause a person to, you know, almost have PTSD, battered women syndrome and stuff. So I was just looking, I was wondering if that was what was going on here. I don't know. It's not an excuse, but it was something that I was seeing in the statements. But that's all I have to say.
Mr. Tillis?
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Are you prepared to
Vote, I'm glad to vote.
Okay.
Okay, you know, this is a very, very sad and tragic situation. And you know, I'm not as expert as Miss Carolyn is in that area. And I wish I was. I've been around a lot. I know it leads to a lot of violence, and it does lead to a lot of things. I've seen it a lot in probation pro. We were very, very cautious of domestic violence. That's why we always sent them to the board before we would let them out to make sure, you know, nothing happened. But, you know, it was premeditated. It was premeditated. It was calculated. The rental of the car was just for 1 day, so it wasn't for a vacation. So 27 years, that's not a lot to take in someone's life. So my vote today is to deny.
Okay. Mr. Tillis?
My vote's to grant.
Make a recommendation.
I make a recommendation to grant her parole.
Commute the sentence.
Commute the sentence.
99.
Gosh.
What do you want to commute the sentence?
Whatever you want to commute to sentence. Do y'all want to go to executive session?
Yeah, let's go to
That's
executive
great.
session.
Okay, we've
I move to go to executive session.
you got a motion to go to executive session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Pete Green,
Yes.
Steve Prater,
Yes.
Chuck Tillis,
Yes.
Kevin Satan.
Yes.
We'll be gone for a moment to discuss confidential matters.
Okay, we'll go back into session. If you could have a roll call for us, please, at 10:29.
Pete Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Furnish,
Yes.
Chuck Tillis,
Yes.
Helen Burns.
Yes.
Okay, we have one vote, to deny this. Ms. Stapleton, you ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, my recommendation today is a recommendation for criminal to the governor for immediate release with credit for time served.
Okay, Mr. Tillis,
I concur
you concur with Ms. Stapleton, correct, with
Exactly.
what she said?
that she be released and
Okay,
credited with time served.
okay, so it really doesn't matter how I vote, but I will vote. But it's got to be unanimous in order to get what you're asking for. And so my vote would be to grant with the condition of changing the sentence to 99 years, and then you would have to come back for a parole hearing at some other time. So regardless of anything to do with this today, your petition has been denied. So thank you. All right, I think we're called back into order. The time is 10:43. The board is continuing our hearings for today, the pardon board of the state of Louisiana. We're going to Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. And we see Elaine Hunt right there. And we got the person we'll be talking to is Mr. Raymond McGary. Okay, and before we get started, Elaine Hunt, could we have the staff introduce themselves, please?
Good morning, Donnie Bartoloff, Ward.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Ashley Fleming, MD.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Okay, thank y'all for being there and setting this up for us, and appreciate the work that y'all do at that facility. Okay, Mr. Raymond McGary, we've got some folks here that are going to be speaking in favor of you being released, or you being, your sentence being commuted. So we got them and they'll talk in just a few minutes, but first off, we want to hear what you have to say about why you are worthy of getting your request, whatever you're requesting, exactly what you want us to do. Then we want to hear from the warden, see what kind of inmate that you've been. Then we'll move into those that are in favor, and we'll let them speak. And then the board, Ms. Stapleton, will lead the questioning on yours, and then we will vote. So having said all of that, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. McGary, and would you tell us exactly what you're doing there, why you're there, and what you want us, what you're asking of us today?
My name is Raymond McGary, 1089 Pharr. I'm in there for second-degree murder. And something I didn't try to do, I was young when this happened. I was real young. So I'm asking the board to have mercy on me and let me get out to my family. I have a nerve disability. And I can't do nothing but say I'm sorry. I'm real sorry for this crime.
Okay.
I ask y'all to please have mercy.
All right. And what are you wanting us to do?
I would like y'all to help me regain my freedom so I could get out there and help people and do the right thing.
Okay. All right.
Community.
Okay, Warden, what kind of an inmate has Mr. McGary been?
He's been doing well here. He's maintained a trustee status for several years now. He hasn't had a disciplinary report in over 4 years. He works as a trustee at our intake building where we intake the new offenders. Been a model inmate the last few years. He had a little rocky time period for several years where he was getting some disciplinary reports and stuff. I think that was just a lack of programming. We started participating in programming. You started seeing the change in his behavior the last several years.
Okay, well, we appreciate that. We'll move on now to those that are speaking in favor. We'll talk to Miss Corey McGary first, the sister. Then we will talk to Don Allison, the friend, and Vernon Jones, a friend. And then we will let Miss Grace Bronison, the attorney, wrap it up at the end. So if we could go ahead, Miss Cora, would you go ahead?
Okay, good morning. My name is Cora McGary. I am the sister of Raymond McGary. My mother had 4 siblings, 2 boys and 2 girls. There's 3 of us left. My older sister is 80-some years. She lives in Georgia. Raymond is my baby brother. Raymond was a great kid, happy all the time. When Raymond was about 8 or 9, my grandfather had a mule and he got kicked by the mule. And he hasn't been right ever since then. He's kind of mentally off. And he went, even with schooling, he went to special ed. He went to the Hammond State School for the special ed kids. he really didn't like it because they had a defect and his wasn't a physical defect like you could really see. And he was bullied and all that stuff, and he tried to fit in because of his disabilities. But he was always an outgoing, friendly person. So Raymond didn't meet no different people by color. He loved everybody. And he kept his sword, but he got mixed up with the wrong crowd with drugs and alcohol. When you have a mental issue, you cannot mix drugs and alcohol. And Raymond, ever since then, Raymond got in trouble with that. And that's when he got sent to jail. And my mother went every month until she was 80 years old to visit him, to keep him on the right track and know that we had love for him. When Raymond would get released, Raymond would be living with me. I am my brother's keeper. I have to take care of my brother. Physically, love, financially, whatever he needs. Only thing he wants to go is go to a good church, and that's what he wants. And I'll be there for him. He has somewhere to stay. He has somebody that has his backbone. He has a lot of family that love him and gonna support him and keep him on the right track where he needs to be. And I am standing here today to ask you to give him another chance where me and him can help each other. Just like I need him, he needs me. So we need each other. And I thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gore, that's Mr. McGary. Appreciate your words there.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Don Allison, who is a friend, Mr. Don Allison. Yes.
Morning, members of the board. My name is Don Allison. I'm a Catholic deacon, and I'm also a crime victim. To tell you briefly about that background, it really has a lot to do with why I believe that Raymond deserves a second chance, and he will succeed outside of prison. My experience as a crime victim is not what I call normal. I was a victim of 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder and 1 count of armed robbery. Guy was called, arrested, and sentenced to 95 years. 20 years later, he got a parole hearing. And I opposed his parole request, and he was denied. But I opposed his parole request because I didn't really know the guy. But I spent the next 3 years going through a wonderful program with the Department of Corrections called the Victim Offender Dialogue Program. And as a result of going through that process, I got to know the man, I got to understand him, I became aware that he was a completely different person than I thought he was. He was rehabilitated, a changed person who deserved a second chance. With that, I helped him get a second parole hearing, testified in favor of his release. He got parole 4.5 years ago. Now he's he's thriving in the private sector. He's got a great job. He helps his foster mother. He speaks to groups of children and others and other current inmates and young people about his story and gives them the inspiration based on his experience. And so he's a taxpayer and very much a contributing member to society. That background, that experience, plus other experience I have with prison ministry in prisons and with organizations that help people outside once they've been released from prison, that has taught me an important lesson. People can change over time. I work with countless men and women who were incarcerated for decades, but now are out. And I experience almost every day the reality and the power of rehabilitation and second chances, experience, maturity, and how people can do who did horrible things when they were younger can now have completely turned their life around and are thriving and can be very much contributing members to society. As my letter states, I sent y'all a letter ahead of time. I've known Raymond for about 2 years now that I've been doing ministry at Hunt, and I'm convinced that he is the kind of person that I just described to you. Someone who has changed. He has been rehabilitated. He deserves a second chance. He's matured, and he has completely turned his life around. And I know that he will succeed outside of prison. He has many character traits that I see in others that have succeeded outside of prison. And so between the rehabilitation that he's received and the family support that you've heard about, I believe there's a very high probability that he will succeed outside of prison. And I believe he deserves the second chance that's in front of you today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your words and your work. And we'll take in consideration what you had to say. All right, Mr. Vernon Jones, a friend.
I'd like to say good morning to Barton Parole Board as well as County Administration. I am an FIP, a formerly incarcerated person that spent more than 10 years with Raymond in the same unit. I was a handpicked, chosen mentor by Warden Bordelon and other wardens before him as a inmate counsel substitute, whereas I worked on Raymond's case. I understand that he has a disability, but he's a loving and caring person. He just needs to take time to get the information that is best, we can comprehend it. What we strongly did in Hunts with programming for self-help, the one that the institution allows you to take compared to the crime that you're involved in, and the ones that the offenders do to try to help better themselves in the position. I was appointed to Raymond as a friend, as a mentor, as a confidant to help him along with each program that he's been through. We may not be able to explain it to you because of his disability, but he has been in victim awareness, victim impact, he's been in anger management, he's been in parenting, he's been in substance abuse, training, substance abuse, alcohol abuse like that. He's took many religious courses and everything. Raymond is not the person that me being inmate counsel deemed him to be of the crime. As he stated earlier, he was a young individual that took a crime that he didn't intend to do it while he was underdosed with drugs or alcohol. But me knowing him over 10 years and being able to identify with his disability made me gravitate towards him a little bit stronger because I was in the same position he was, and I was a man that wanted change. I wanted to see change in any other men that were trying to strive. Raymond attended every class that the institution offered, self-help program. He's not the type of guy to watch television. He's not the type of guy to get off from work and be on the yard or anything like that. He was in 7 days a week, any call out he had at Elaine Hunts Correctional Center, you would find Raymond in there. Even though he may not be able to read and write when we give him lesson plan material, but he would be comprehensive. He would not shy upon asking questions about things he did not understand. By him having a victim of his crime, we know that victim awareness, victim impact, and victim letter writing thing is very important. So I had to kind of take my time because we lived in the same dorm, maybe 2 beds away. I slept from Raymond for probably 7 years. So I was like personally assigning him to let him understand about the primary victim, the secondary victim, the tertiary victim, what his crime did, and how it triggered and transpired in so many different factors. He can retain information as it's repetitively given to him. I learned him a lot. I mean, I taught him a lot, learned a lot from him. His character is displayed on what he's charged with. Early in his sentence, he probably gotten a lot of things because of his disability or impairment. But when he gets it smoothed out, if the board, I'm sure you have it record, you'll see where there's a decline or an incline for betterment to trying to help himself. Angola is where he was first sentenced to in the 80s. It was a rough place. It was hard. It was crucial and everything. And he didn't know how to make the adjustment there. So he reacted out the best way he knew because of his disability. But when he transferred to Elaine Hunt, you can see where the rise began when he began to involved in the program, began to interact with people, and he's very well in religious service. What I also impressed by Raymond will stop anybody and offer them prayer, whether it's security, whether it's inmate, whether it's visitor. He's worked in several capacities. And I just found out that he works in Hunts in an intake area. The intake area is where newly prisoners arrive into the prison. And for the warden to give you a job like that, you have to make some type of impact for the warden and impressive because he's meeting guys that newly arrived into prison. And those guys that have to have some type of leadership ability, a good character, or beyond reproach. But I'm speaking on behalf of him, and I just wanted to put that out there because I too was once in his position, and I wish the best for him, and I know that he will not recidivate as long as he has the support of his sister, his family, and his transition family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And I would hope that I can find a friend like you. You're a good man. You're a good man. Okay, Ms. Bronison, I believe it's your turn as an attorney to give us your thoughts, please.
Yes. And good morning. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Grace Bronson, on behalf of Raymond McGary. I've appeared before this board before, but the new member is very nice to appear before you this morning. I would ask, and you've heard a couple people say his disability, but just to reserve a couple minutes at the end, I know the sequence that if there's any questions or clarifications based on Mr. McGary's interview that the board has, that I'm available for that, but I'll make my statement now if that's all right with the board this morning. Mr. McGary, I met going into Elaine Hunt last year when I was invited to the Lifers Association and the prison guards and wardens, as well as other inmate counsel, came up to me and asked me, can you please talk to Mr. McGary? He is a model prisoner, he has a bunch of programming, and he has a hearing coming up. And so the prison themselves, they were working with Mr. McGary and highly recommended him and were seeking help. And so I volunteered to work with Mr. McGary, prepare him, and represent him today before this honorable board. Mr. McGary has been incarcerated for 39 years. He had offense when he was 17 years old for simple kidnapping, and then this offense when he was 22, which occurred in a rural area outside of Hammond, outside of Amite, and you all have the record. But he was 22 years old. As his sister referred to, when he was 10 years old, he had an accident with a mule. His grandfather had a farm and was out back and was hit in the head, was in a coma for months and months, and lost part of his brain functioning, and caused permanent nerve damage, as well as memory loss, as well as speaking and reading abilities. There's several letters that I've included in the packet that outline he had a waiver for his GED requirement. He has gone way above and beyond for the hours required, but had a first grade reading level, and even over about 4-year span made it to a second grade reading level. And so he, despite that, has continued to actively involve himself at Elaine Hunt, where he is trustee. He is trusted to go outside of the grounds as well as work in the intake building where he is now, but also does lawn care, which he loves, and it's part of his reentry plan as well. Over time, as he's continued to actively work, he also has dedicated, and I'm sure he will tell you, dedicated his life to his faith and to God. And that persistence and that dedication has involved him in a lot of ministries and a lot of work of people who come in, like Deacon Allison, who we are grateful for those people who come into the prison and talk to offenders who are working to better themselves and are doing that change. Mr. McGary, over many odds with his disability and a progressive physical health, his nerves, and I know that the MD is there, but he takes pills daily. He has a medical condition that is served, and that his sister with the reentry plan that is outlined in his packet would be willing to accept and take on that responsibility. Mr. McGary has, by all means and by all odds, overcome a severe disability as well as substance abuse by participating in DOC programming. And we are here before you all today to ask for a favorable recommendation for a pardon from his life sentence to go before the governor. And I reserve a couple minutes if anybody has any questions at the end.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. All right, as is our habit that we do in our procedure, one person on the board has assigned each case. In particular, we all read all of them, but then one person does the questioning. So Ms. Carolyn Stapleton is in charge of this particular case. So turn it over to you.
Good morning, Mr. McGary, to your family and friends here. I'm listening to everything that's been said, and I've read your record, and it is impressive, the things that you've accomplished. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say at least the victim's name and a little bit about the victim. At the time of his murder, Mr. Gosselin was 80 years old. It was January, so it was very cold, I'm sure, where y'all lived at. He was coming out of the barber shop. He had gone to get his hair cut. And you flagged him down and asked for a ride, and he gave you, a stranger, a ride in his vehicle. And according to your words, that along the way you wanted some money, and he said he didn't have any, and so you choked him. And you told him which road to turn on, which was the road you lived on. It was a dirt road. And then you pushed him out of the vehicle. And then according to your friends, and later on, you brought people to look at his body, the white man's body. So you certainly knew what you did. You brought him to look at his body. You stole his wallet when you emptied it because they found the wallet laying next to him. And then he always kept a $50 bill folded up in his wallet. And that's what led the police to know to bring him to you, because a person came to the store to buy liquor that had a crisp $50 bill. And that was when the wife had reported him missing, because he'd been missing all night long. She thought he just got lost. And then she reported him to the police. And then the that you brought had called in a tip to Crime Stoppers and let them know where the body was and that you had murdered the man. That led to your arrest. Do you know if everything that I said is correct, sir?
No, man, this is what happened.
Okay, tell me.
I asked the man for a ride. I hit the man one time.
Okay.
And been locked up all my life. I am real sorry for what I did. If I could bring him back, I will. And I'm really, really sorry. I was young. I was going to mental health, and I had an issue at the time. And I was on drugs and drinking. And I'm real sorry this for that. It hurts me every day to know his family got to go through this. And my family and other families. It really, really hurt. And if I could bring him back, I will. But I know I can't.
Well, there was a conversation that the grandson of Mr. Gonsolin had, and he gave permission for that to be read, and I'm not going to read all of it, but he advised that when his grandfather was killed, now his grandfather was 80, you were 22, so there was no chance that he could survive that fight. And at that time, he was in the Marine Corps, and he was overseas when the incident happened, and his family chose not to tell him until after his grandfather was buried, because they were afraid that he would try and come home because he was very close to his grandfather. So those were and he had 5 grandchildren. And of course, he had a wife of many, many years because they were elderly. I've got friends now, I'm 71, and they've been married for 52 years, and it's like the other half of their body. If when one of them passes away, and now a lot of us are all passing away. So I can't even imagine what she went through during a time like this. And as far as the mental illness, you had the mental illness and you were supposed to be on medicine, because in 1980, you were arrested for aggravated kidnapping, aggravated battery, and aggravated attempted rape, and you were found guilty of just a simple kidnapping. And then in 1981, you were on probation for 5 years, and it was to continue your treatment with Hammond Mental Health. But you wouldn't stay on the medication. So your probation was terminated in 1984. Mr. Gosselin was murdered. That's the record that happened at the time. Since that time, though, since you've been locked up, I see that you were on Beeline at LSP, and that you've been a trustee for 20 years, a Class A groundskeeper. At Hunts, you've been a groundskeeper. And that at LSP and at Hunts, you were allowed to work outside the prison. They don't do that with just anybody. I know they do that with only people that they feel like they can trust. I do know that you had over 200 write-ups, but I have seen a lot of people end up at Hunts, and I don't know, it seems to be a turning event in many inmates' lives that I've noticed. And it seems like the same thing has happened with you, and that's wonderful. You have a low Tiger score, which means that that's a low risk factor. And even though you've had the learning disabilities, there's no doubt that you've done everything you can with your life to better it. And I was happy to see that when you wrote the victim accountability letter, throughout the whole entire letter, you said Mr. Gosling's name. When you were asking the family for forgiveness, you also did the same thing. I thought that was very impressive about where your mind was. So I don't have any further comments or questions.
Okay, did you know he was alive when you left him?
No, sir.
So you thought he was dead when you left that truck?
No, sir. I hit the man one time.
Right.
And I took what I asked for and I ran.
Right, but did you know he was alive when you left? You said you hit him one time. I mean, he was 80, you were 22, and maybe you had a good point. Did you know he was alive or you thought he was dead when you left?
I just ran, sir. I ran.
Okay, I was trying to see, because the man died of weather exposure, and that's a cruel death. And I was just wondering if you knew when you left, but obviously you didn't know. You hit him and you took off. Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay, I have no questions. Are the board prepared to vote?
I am.
Okay.
I vote to deny because of the heinous nature of the crime.
All right, Pete.
I concur with Ms. Carolyn. I also vote to deny.
My vote would be to grant, considering that amount of time you serve and the rehabilitation that's done. I would vote to grant.
Yeah. What are you bringing him to?
Pardon, I mean
99.
99 years.
Okay, thank you, sir. My vote is to deny also, because of the serious violent crime and the fact that you were on parole or probation for kidnapping when you did this. And I'm not sure I want to be the one responsible for letting you out. So in a case like this, it has to be unanimous, or else it's denied. And so I'm sorry to say, but your request is denied at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, we're calling back into order. The time is 11:19. This is the Louisiana State Parole Board, Pardon Board. And we're currently going to the Louisiana Correctional Institute or Louisiana State Penitentiary, I believe, excuse me. And we're going to be talking to Mr. Shawn Gaspard. You Mr. Gaspard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before we do that, could the staff down there introduce themselves? It's at LSP.
Rochelle Ambo, I'm the deputy warden here.
Reginald Lattimore, classification.
Carmen Shipley, offender records.
Thanks. All right, thank you for setting this up for us and we appreciate the work that you do. Shawn, the way that we do this, Mr. Gaspard, is that there's 4 members on the board today. The decision has to be unanimous, whatever we decide. It's just a recommendation to the governor. We have about 10 cases today. So all of us have read your case, but there'll be one person that will do what we call the investigating and ask the questions, and that'll be me. As soon as we do a couple of things, first we want to hear from you and tell us what you want us to hear and what you'd like us to do as a board. And then we will go to the staff there, the assistant warden, find out what kind of an inmate you've been. Then we will move from that into talking to some supporters of you getting what you're asking for. One is your friend, one is an attorney, and one is your uncle. And then we will hear from Carrie Myers on the parole project. Then I'll ask my questions, then we'll vote. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
we'll take you through it one at a time. I just want you to know what the agenda was. So to begin with, let's hear from you. You tell us what's going on in your life and what happened and why you're there and what you want.
Yes, sir. Back in 1992, I was involved with this crime. I like to begin by apologizing, saying how sorry I am for the crime that I was involved with and the people that I hurt with my actions. In 1992, I had just got off of parole from doing 11 months. And when the DOC released me, they gave me $10 and a bus ticket, and the only place I really knew was Lafayette and the side that I grew up on. So that's where I went. And I ran across my co-defendant, Mitchell Hebert. Me and him grew up together, probably since the 2nd or 3rd grade, and him and his roommate allowed me to sleep on his couch. We got in trouble with this murder charge, and I went to the jail, and in the jailhouse, I started picking up things, reading a lot, trying to get myself together as far as mentally. I started reading books. In 1997, I determined that I was going to change my life, and I stopped cursing, stopped smoking, got my GED together. When I came to the penitentiary, I was able to get in touch with this colonel. He was a captain at the time. He offered me a job in the office, so I started working in the office, and doors started opening up for me, and I was able to get some programming. So I got into a whole bunch of different things that I enjoyed doing, started learning, and with that, I got into a little program called Tapuku, and it's trying to setting goals for yourself. And I set some short-term goals, and I see that it was working for me. And now my goals are, if the board would allow a door to open for me, I'd like to get back in society. I have an uncle that has a job waiting for me, which is very appreciative. I have people that's trying to help me now, which I didn't have when I was growing up, 17, 18, 19 years old, stayed in trouble all the time, didn't know one way from another. I needed somebody to help me from myself. And now with y'all help, hopefully a door will be open where I can get back in society and maybe help other people.
Okay, all right, well, we appreciate those words and what you had to say, and we'll get back with you in just a little bit. Let's move on now to the assistant warden. What kind of an inmate has Mr. Gaspard been?
Mr. Gaspard is an inmate that follow orders. He's also very respectable when you speak to him. He had a total of 9 DVs since he's been here, with the last one being in June of 2015, which was a Schedule A, a disrespect. He has earned his GED, his certificate in auto tech. He also was Employee of the Month for the month of May with the CDC warehouse, and that's with Prison Enterprise. He spoke about TPUCO, which stands for The Only Person You Can Cheat Is You, which is a very good class that helped teach self-discipline and also good decision-making. He spoke highly of that class, which is a very good class. He also took Celebrate Recovery and More Compass.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Let's hear from Mr. Wilfred Casalot. Is Mr. Wilfred? Oh,
Yes,
there
sir.
you are. Okay.
Y'all please excuse me, I was in a bad accident yesterday, so I'm struggling to meet here today.
It does look like that.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
I was just gonna speak, but because of all the medical conditions I went through last night and this morning, I went ahead and wrote this out, so I'm just gonna read it to y'all. It's only about 3 minutes long, so bear with me, please.
Yes.
I want to start by thanking this board, not just for allowing me to speak, but for holding these hearings and ensuring public safety. In doing so, my name is Bill Casalot. I retired from the Department of Corrections as a colonel at Angola for 33 years. I'm here to present my objective opinion as a corrections professional on Shawn Gaspard's suitability and pardon and release. Throughout my career, I've maintained a spotless disciplinary record, and I have received the highest awards achievable by a public servant, a nomination for the Dunbar Award, recognition letters from the governor, to awards of excellence from the Secretary of Corrections and the warden. I want you to understand the level of integrity that I hold myself to. Shawn worked as my orderly for 20 years. He was held to that same standard. You've reviewed his file and his institutional record. Even though his record accurately reflects a low number of disciplinary infractions, it does not accurately reflect all the positive things about Shawn in the last 32 years that I know of. While working for me, Shawn was scrutinized by security to ensure that he was not exploiting his position in my office. He was often placed in situations that tested his trustworthiness and integrity. Many times he was placed in situations that would have benefited him, but would have been wrong. He consistently chose to do the right thing, even when no one was looking. In the 20 years that he worked for me, or in the time since, he has not abused the trust that the institution has placed in him. He has remained not just a model prisoner, but an example to others. My job as an officer was to assess the prisoners incarcerated around me, to determine if they were violating institutional rules or posing a danger to themselves or others. As I was promoted, I was entrusted with overseeing disciplinary board courts, trustee boards, very sensitive job assignments for offenders in high-risk areas and investigations. I want you to understand that I have decades of experience in determining whether or not someone poses a danger or threat that would affect the ultimate mission, public safety. With these decades of experience, I can say without hesitation that Shawn has been rehabilitated. The system put in place has worked. Shawn does not pose a threat to public safety. I'm confident he would be an asset to his community if released. I ask that this board would recommend the commutation of sentence for Shawn Gaspard. Thank you, and if y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any of them for you. Because I'm not just here for Shawn. I spent all these years in the prison with him and with the programs. So I kind of see it from both sides of the fence.
Okay, well, we appreciate your work that you did for all those years and the honors and the way you conducted your job and in public service. And we appreciate that. And we appreciate you coming forward on behalf of Shawn. Thank you very much for that.
Thank y'all very much.
And I hope you recover quickly.
Just gonna take some time. Road rash doesn't heal fast.
Motorcycles?
Yes, sir.
Oh, shoot.
Okay. All right, well, Godspeed then.
God goes slow on this.
Yeah, gosh,
Yeah.
whatever the words might be. Okay, well, thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Let's see, we'll hear next from Ken Venable. Ken, are you?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, good.
Good morning to each of y'all. I want to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to come here and speak in behalf of my nephew, Shawn. As y'all know, you've looked back at his records, and he's been incarcerated for 32 years. Shawn came from a really extreme dysfunctional family, but a lot of people come out of dysfunctional families, and they choose, God gives us the right to choose good from evil. As a young man, Shawn made some terrible choices with the friends he ran with. The background he grew up in was so unstable. He didn't know, it was just a terrible situation. But in all these years, you know, I bought Shawn his Bible when he was still in Lafayette, a Bible. And then he called me and told me that he had truly accepted Jesus as his Lord and Savior, which really made me excited and proud of him for doing that. We, in the last 25 years, I've noticed subtle but all positive changes in Shawn's behavior, in his demeanor, in his thoughts and his word process. Everything about when we meet, and a lot of times we speak on the phone, he'll call me in the evenings or whenever he can, and we'll talk about what's going on in his life. And I'm convinced that he is truly remorseful of what he's done, and he has paid the price for his bad decisions, 32 years. And I'm a partner in a pipe, all field service pipe company. I'm a partner in a company that we do inspection on pipe services. And I've got a cattle operation, a farm. And what we hoping for today is we'd like a pardon or his sentence commuted where he can get out. I'll provide him with a house to live in. I've got a guest house on my ranch farm, and we'll start him out there where he can enter, you know, start getting back into society, because he's not going to be a threat to nobody. He's going to be I think he'll be a model citizen. He'll be a taxpayer, get off of the state's income, or carrying him on board. But we're going to put him in the farm first, and then after that, I'll bring him to the pipe yard. And we got opportunities in the pipe yard where if he shows some interest in his work ethics, which I'm going to require that he has good work ethics. There's an opportunity we could send him. I'd send him to inspector school, which that's a $10,000 school in Houston. And we pay those inspectors, once they're level 4, make $30 to $35 an hour. As a farm laborer, I'll pay him $100 a day, furnish him a home, a vehicle, and all the necessary stuff. So I have every intention of putting him in situations, all positive situations, that he's gonna move forward. And I just one thing for sure, I got the utmost respect for you guys out there, because I wouldn't want your job. Y'all, they got a big burden riding on y'all. But I just want to thank you, and we hope that the right decision's made, and he gets a pardon or a sentence commuted, and we take him out and become a good citizen, good family man. And I want to thank y'all all for your time and your decisions. And God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you saying that. We appreciate your remarks and we'll take those into consideration. Miss Kelsey Jenkins, I believe you're there.
Yes, sir. Did we want his other supporter, Emerson Simmons, to speak before me?
Well, let's see. Okay, Carrie Myers, with Louisiana Parole Project. Yeah, Carrie, go ahead. If you'd like to do that, that'd be great.
Thank you. Good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. I'm not surprised that Mr. Cazelot is supporting Shawn. Not at all. You heard the words trust, integrity, and he doesn't throw those words around lightly. I've known Mr. Cazelot for more than 30 years, and he doesn't make a recommendation like this lightly. And one of the reasons that Parole Project is supporting Shawn is for those same reasons. The integrity that he's shown, the trust that the institution has put in him, the trajectory he has been on since his incarceration. We know that 32 years is a long time. The support that Parole Project can provide Shawn through just the reentry programming, the mentorship, the guidance that he'll be able to have. Should this board give him a recommendation, this board can be assured that Shawn will have the transition that he needs to be successful. Beyond the fact that he has family support, he has employment waiting, and we just believe that this program can help Shawn. We believe that Shawn is a perfect participant based on his record, based on his accomplishments, and we would just ask this board to grant his request today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. And now then, we will have Miss Jenkins. I'm sorry to get you out of line there so you can be last. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. As has been alluded to already, Shawn did come from a very dysfunctional upbringing, and that really manifested between the ages of 17 and 24 for him. That is where he picked up his prior charges, and that is the age that he was at the time of this charge. Science has shown pretty consistently that age range of 17 to 24 is when most people commit their crime, and then they age out of crime and stop committing criminal acts. Obviously, Shawn has been incarcerated since that age, but his record reflects a desistance from rule violations and criminal activity. As someone has remarked already, he has an incredibly low number of write-ups, only 9 in almost 32 years. The difference that has occurred with Shawn is very, very clear. At the time that he committed this offense, he was essentially homeless. He was bouncing around from couch to couch. He had no steady employment. His uncle Ken Venable was not yet a consistent part of his life, and his sister Jeanette was too young to really be of any help. He had no resources or anywhere to go in order to get on the path to proper behavior and becoming a law-abiding citizen. But since he's been incarcerated, and even before he was convicted, Shawn has made every attempt and effort to rehabilitate himself. It started in the parish jail whenever he got his GED. And then when he got to prison, he immediately began attempting to get into programming. He was not successful at first due to his life sentence. But once those opportunities did become available, he took each of them and he participated fully to glean everything he could. I know people have already mentioned the moral compass training and Tepuku, but I'd also like to note that he's taken 100 hours of pre-release and he has obtained his driver's license already. As has already been said, if he were to be released, he would have everything that he didn't have before. He would have the support of the Parole Project to teach him how to reintegrate into society. He would have the family support from his sister Jeanette and his uncle Ken Venable. He would have steady and dependable employment, and he would have friends and family members who would help him with anything he needed. So for these reasons and any others that may be apparent, we ask that this board recommend a commutation of sentence. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate those words also. And just so you'll know, we have not to speak, but we have Emerson Simmons, Brandon Broussard, and Kenneth Johnson from the visiting room that are also here or there or on Zoom that are in support of this particular effort. This questioning starts with me, and then we'll pass it on, see if there's any more. It's pretty open and closed case of what happened. What concerns me a little bit is your prior years. Before this murder, you had a second-degree battery, and then a burglary, and then a burglary, and that you're on parole for, or probation, and then this murder came up. I mean, you know, you had a kind of a crime spree there from 87 to 92. That 5 years there. What going on?
Yes, sir. I was young. I was stupid. That's basically what it was. I mean, I was living day to day, not caring about nothing, not having no ambition about anything. And I was just running around, felt like my head was cut off. I thought I knew everything. Come to find out I didn't know nothing. And I really needed somebody to save me from myself at that time. And yeah, I was a couple of those burglary charges. It was me and my mother. Me and her didn't get along very good. A couple of times she'd kick me out of the house all the time, and when I go back home, she wasn't there. And one of the family members would call her. She'd call the cops and put a burglary charge on me. And that's whenever I was on parole a couple of times. I violated myself because I didn't have nowhere else to go. Yeah, I was the second-degree battery. It was a fight that happened. I hit a guy and I broke his jaw. We was at a party, and I have no excuse for my actions about that. I mean, it was just a fight, and that's what happened. I ended up hitting him, and he got a broken jaw. They put a charge on me. Yeah, I apologize for my actions about that and the way I grew up like that. I mean, if I can go back and change it, trust me, I would. Other than that, I'm sorry, and but now at least I'm trying to get myself together, you know.
Okay, well, I tell you, you've done a lot of good things, and you've really impressed some folks. So I got to hand that to you. You've done what's expected of you once you get incarcerated. What we have to decide is a couple of things that I always have to decide in my mind is, can you be trusted outside not to lose it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Number one, and number two, have you done enough? Have you done enough time to pay for you? Not only have you been rehabilitated, but have you done enough to where the victim feel like that they, or the victim's family feel like that they have gotten their pound of flesh, you might say. So we have to juggle all these things. You know, it's a very difficult job. Mr. Tillis, you got any questions, sir?
How long did you spend time at Angola, Shawn? How long did you spend time in Angola?
I got here from a parole violation in 92, right after this charge was picked up. I was here for a year and a half. Then I went back to the parish to fight the murder charge. Then I came back in 98, 99. So straight, it's been 26 years.
Did you ever go to, or do you know about Kairos at prison ministry there? Anything about Kairos ministry?
Oh, Kairos? Kairos, yeah. Yes, sir. I went through it. I went through Kairos.
Yes,
sir.
Good. So you know the choices we make are the choices that we have to live with.
Oh, yes, sir. I understand.
Right. I have no more questions.
Okay, Ms. Evelyn?
Always from a victim's point of view, something that I've noticed is the victim's name has not been said. Gerald Green, I know you refer to him as Jerry. So
yes,
must have been yours, somebody you were very closely acquainted to?
I only knew Mr. Jerry from going to the bar every once in a while.
Okay. He was just by way of the ownership of the bar.
Uh,
And another,
he was a manager of the bar.
okay,
Him and my co-defendant, which was Mr. Abear,
yeah.
they were arguing a few times behind my co-defendant's tab that he had at the bar.
Yes.
That's basically how I knew Mr. Jerry.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've been through the victim awareness programs and different things like that, correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Something that I also noticed that every time you refer to this, you just say the trouble I got in with this murder charge. That's all you've ever referred to. That's just a little something that I don't know, that I noticed. And I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Gaspard, I see one time they moved you for your own safety from a dorm. Was that because you were under the colonel?
Oh, no, sir. You talking about my very first write-up?
No, I see where two inmates said that they felt your life was in danger and they moved you.
Yes, sir. That was back in,
Why did they think your life was in danger?
well, back in 1999, I think it was December, I was in Camp D. They had some inmates just killed a captain. And right after that, they were talking with a bunch of us. That's whenever I think it might have been a lieutenant or a captain approached me and said, "Hey, I got information that two dudes want to do you something." So they locked me up and found me guilty. I mean, I don't know what I was guilty of, the charge or whatever, but that's whenever they moved me to the main prison.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious. Okay. Oh, I have any further questions, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, I guess y'all ready to vote? Okay, I'm going to, I'll lead the voting off, and at this point, because of the seriousness of the crime and all that, I appreciate everything that you've done, but that, I'm gonna vote to deny, but I want to encourage you to reapply. I just don't feel good about it right now.
Thank you.
Next.
Sir, I am going to concur with Mr. Prater. The crime was a heinous crime. The man's throat was slashed. You were involved in it, and of course, you did have you had a criminal history before then. So you're a third-class offender, and for that reason, I'm going to deny the heinous nature of the crime also.
Thank you.
Mr. Spring.
Okay, Mr. Gaspard, my vote today would have been to grant your computation to 99 years. I appreciated both the warden, Ambo's comments and the colonel's comments. And I think you've done well in prison. I think your uncle is going to try and keep you on the straight and narrow. So that would have been my vote today. That is my vote today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Shawn, you've done well. And you have some people speaking highly of you. My vote would be to grant and release you to the LLP project. Keep up the good work. My recommendation, not to grant, but to recommend that you be released to the LPP sentence, 99 years. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it.
That'll conclude this hearing at 11:49. Okay, good morning. You are Mr. David Lewis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where are you, Mr. Lewis, right now?
Camp C, Camp F. And what
Okay.
Camp C, Camp
Is any of the
F.
staff, is any of the staff in the room with you? Is
Yes.
any-
Yeah.
Yes, Warden Ambo's here. We have classification, Ms. Taylor Graffia, and we also have Ms. Carmen Shipley with records, and we have Reginald Latmarot with classification.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted you to introduce yourselves, and you did just fine. We thank you for setting this up for us, and thank you for the work that you do. The time now is 11:59, and the pardon board for the state of Louisiana is convened. We've had several cases before this, and we've got several after this, so we won't go through all the formalities of it, but it is, like I say, it's really almost about noon, and we're gonna have your case. Mr. Lewis, we're gonna do several things here. First off, we're gonna hear from you what you have to say about this particular incident and what you've been doing since this incident. And then we're going to ask the warden or the assistant warden to tell us what kind of an inmate that you have been. Then we will go and we'll have some folks that are here and present that want to, that are going to speak in opposition of this hearing. And then we will have a chance for us as the board, we'll ask you questions. And then we will have a vote that will be taken. So first off, let's go ahead and get started with you and tell us what you think about the crime and what you've been doing since the crime was committed. And why should we grant you your request today?
Oh, first of all, I'm guilty for what I'm charged with. And I'm very sorry about what happened, about what I did. You know, it hurts me to think about it. Even I've been about 49 years now, and I still not able to come to grips with what I did. I realized that through taking these courses of victim awareness, that it made me aware of the extreme hurt and pain that I've caused the victims and victims' family. And I never had taken that under consideration during the time I was committing the offense. I'm really sorry for what I did.
Okay.
It hurts me deep down inside for what I did. And to know how much hurt that I've caused the victims and also their families. And I'm just hoping that they'll be able to get over what I did. Those times that I spent here, I hurt behind it. I take I take all the responsibility for it. I wish that it had never happened.
Yes. All right. Warden, what kind of inmate is Mr. Lewis been?
Mr. Lewis only had a total of 10 DB reports since he been here, the last being in 2022 for Rule 4 disobedience, which is a low court hearing. He also have taken, anger management, 100 hours, victim awareness, and he did the victim awareness letter training. His tiger is low. Mr. Lewis also, took the TABE test several times, trying to get his GED. The highest level he got was E, and there was no other records of educational programs here. He couldn't get the GED, I guess, because of learning disabilities, sir. Other than that, I have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll move on to, excuse me.
Huh? I finished high school.
Oh, okay. So you finished high school.
I have my diploma here.
Okay. Where did you finish high school?
Why did you take?
Beg your pardon, sir?
Where was that you finished high school?
Thank you. St. Tammany Parish, St. Tammany High School and St. Tammany Parish.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll hear now from, let's see, let's hear from Butch Wilson, ADA in St. Tammany Parish, District Attorney's Office. Is he here? Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Unless members of this board think that we need to go through a factual recitation, I don't think I need to do that because I'm sure you're all aware of what happened. I will say that I've discussed the facts of this case with the district attorney, and both of us are somewhat of the belief that over the period of time that Mr. Lewis has been in jail, that given what had happened since he was convicted with the escape that I'm sure y'all are all aware of, the attempted disarming of the second police officer during the escape, that we believe that at some point his real regret must have been not finishing what he had started with the clerk and not taking the time to kill the truck driver. Because if you've read the facts in this case, those were the only two witnesses that could connect him to this murder. Thank God that didn't happen, because that was the only way. If the truck driver, Mr. Smith, hadn't been there to see the vehicle he was driving, he would have gotten away with it. He would have. Ms. Graves can't even be here today because she can't go through this situation anymore. She can't relive this anymore. It's still with her. She still has the scars all over her body. On behalf of the state of Louisiana, through the office of the district attorney, we ask that you honor the memory of Sergeant Alfred and the pain that Ms. Graves has gone through, and deny clemency in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here, the trouble it took to get here, and your words. We'll take them things to consideration. Mr. Freddie Denon, Slidell Police Department, doesn't say your rank on here, sir. Are you the man or?
Sir, at the time this offense occurred, I was employed by the St. Tammany Sheriff's Office. I was one of the investigators that handled the investigation on the case. I am presently, I tried retirement, it didn't work. I'm presently the Chief Deputy of the Sheriff's Office in Poplarville, Mississippi.
Congratulations, good.
As I said, I was one of the investigators involved in the initial investigation. I knew Earl Alfred very well. I worked with Earl. Earl was the first African-American law enforcement officer in the city of Slidell. I worked from the sheriff's office, working back and forth with the city officials, and we have a very, very good working relationship. And, as I said, I knew Earl really well. I did not know Miss Betty Hodge at the time the incident occurred, but I have got to know her since. And she still suffers dramatically from the event and all. And we just couldn't count on being here again today to leave it. Mr. Lewis is someone that, in my opinion, needs to stay right where he is for the offenses that he occurred. If he did it, he's admitted to, and thank the pardon board for giving me an opportunity to express my opinion about it. and I appreciate what you do. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, and we'll take your remarks into consideration. J. Bryant Clark with the Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon, J. Ryan Clark Jr. on behalf of the Attorney General's Office. Just a few brief comments on this case. I noticed that in Mr. Lewis's statement, he said that he takes responsibility in this case. And there was an awful lot to take responsibility for. Victim said 22 times and he was strangled. Police officer murdered in the line of duty and escaped. And then the attempt to disarm and murder a second police officer. These are extraordinary facts. These are heinous facts. These are heinous crimes. Mr. Lewis was given a life sentence, given the fact of the extreme nature of these offenses. The fact the repercussions which are still being felt by the surviving victim to this day. The Attorney General's Office would ask this board to deny clemency as the life sentence in this matter is the appropriate and just sentence that was given to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, and we'll take your remarks into consideration. Okay, as we normally do, each board member is supplied all of the reports and we read them all. I can tell you that's the truth. And then we have one particular board member that conducts the questioning for us. In this particular case, it's Mr. Chucky Tillis.
We miss him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, okay. All right, sir. Yes, sir. Would you please introduce yourself? It's not on my sheet here. And I apologize for that.
I want to thank the Pardon Board for allowing us to come speak today. I'm Chief of Police for the City of Slidell. I represent Slidell and the city. I'm gonna give you a little bit different perspective from my point of view. I was 15 years old when this happened. This affected our community heavily. Sergeant Earl Alford used to work a school crossing guard in our area. I was one of the kids that he used to help cross the street. So this had a profound effect on our family, on our community, and on his family. Now I've been dedicating my life to law enforcement. I've been in law enforcement now 44 years this year. Worked myself up to the chief of police, and I'm here asking you, as a representative of society, please see to it that this man spends the rest of his life in prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate your words, and I apologize for not recognizing you. And is it the captain that's with you?
Yes,
Who are you, sir?
I'm Captain Mistretta, Nicky Mistretta.
Okay, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all being here, taking the
Thank you,
time
sir.
to get here. Yes. All right, we'll go back to Mr. Tillis now. Do you have any questions?
Yes. How you doing, Mr. Lewis?
All right, so
What was your last write-up? I thought I heard the warden say 22. Is that correct?
No.
No, his last report was in 2022. 2002, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
Yeah, he only had 10 total reports though.
Oh, yeah, I see it was 2002. So you've been trying to rehabilitate yourself?
yes, sir. Yeah,
And I see you are remorseful.
yes, sir. It
All of-
it affects me for what I did a great deal. I haven't been able to really obtain any clarity with it. It hurts for what I did.
How long have you been incarcerated?
Since August 13, 1975.
Yeah, I read your case several times. Like, you have anything you want to say about it? Other than what you said?
I'm sorry for what I did. I've taken them self-help courses to try to come to some clarity about it. And
I understand. Thank you, sir. Thank you. No more
Okay.
questions.
Ms. Stapleton, any questions?
Yes, sir. I would just like to make a statement that follows up on, the people who spoke here today. I'm really in agreement with the things that they said, that, Ms. Hodge, 22 stab wounds, are those kind of things that you can't take back, you can't undo. And of course, we had a member of law enforcement that was murdered.
yes, ma'am.
One of the things that happens with something like that is, people say, I can't take it back, I can't undo it. They can't feel the empty arms that don't come home in the evening that you're able to hug. That's some of the human parts of it, that if you put the human being in the perspective of it, I mean, I've had friends that had this happen to them, and they said, they looked at the clock and said, oh, it's 4 o'clock, let me get up and start fixing supper. And that person, then they realize they're not coming home for supper. So I'm sure you learned all of that in victims awareness, but that's the rest of their life. So I do agree with what I've heard from the colleagues of this man and the people that represent the state and the community. The damage that was done was heinous.
Okay, thank you.
Come on, Brady.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay,
My vote would be to deny.
okay, Ms. Stapleton,
My vote is to deny based upon the heinous nature of your multiple crimes.
okay,
I'd like to thank everyone that showed up here today, and my vote is also to deny.
okay. I concur with the panel. My vote is to deny. And so I'm telling you that your request today has been denied, sir, and continue to try to better yourself. Thank you. Right, Mr. Bernell Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you're talking to the board. This is the pardon board for the state of Louisiana, the four of us on here. And we've been in session now since earlier this morning, and we've continued through. The time now is 12:26, and we'll be talking to you about a few things. I understand that you're at the Louisiana State Penitentiary and that your name is Bernell Thomas. And who else is in the room with you, Mr. Thomas, that's with the staff?
At the warden here.
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo.
Reginald Latimer classification.
Shipley, vendor records.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being there. What we'll do, Mr. Thomas, is in just a moment, we're going to ask you for you to recount to us the crime, a little bit about it and what your feelings are about it and what you've done since you've been in jail. And also a little bit about what you're wanting us to do, what you're asking of this board. And so we'll give you a few minutes to talk about that. Then we'll ask the warden to tell us what kind of an inmate that you've been. Then we will listen to your supporters, the ones that can speak. We'll have 3 people that speak on your behalf. And then the board will have a chance, and Pete Freeman, the fellow to my right, will lead the question. We'll question, then we'll vote. It's a pretty simple thing, and we'll get through it. And so let's go ahead and get started with you, Mr. Thomas. Tell us what you want to tell us.
Thank you, sir. Thank the Honorable Board for giving me this opportunity to come before them. In November 4, 1978, I took the life of Mr. Solomon and Mr. Mosley. That was the most evil thing I ever did in my life. Many people hurt behind that. The mothers, the children, the grandchildren, the whole Gibson community was victimized by what I did. Them 2 mothers, Miss Mosley and Miss Solomon, they had to stand on the grave and watch their son be buried. They carried them son for 9 months. I took that from them families. But now I'm a changed man now. I'm not that evil man no more. I accept God in my life a long time ago, since I've been locked up. And he made a way for me in this prison. He showed me favor to a lot of people in this prison. I got the opportunity to go work on the streets as a Class A trustee. I really enjoy my job as a carpenter. I want to thank you today for giving me this opportunity. Just give me another chance. That's all I ask. Thank you.
All righty. Warden, would you tell us what kind of an inmate Mr. Thomas has been?
Mr. Thomas has been a very respectable inmate. He follows all the rules here. He has been a minimum A trustee for over 30 years. Being on a carpentry crew, he gets to go outside. He has a letter of recommendation from Governor John Bell Edwards, stating how good he was, and he appreciated the work that he did on the governor's mansion when he was there. He participated in anger management, 100-hour pre-release T4C, victim awareness. He got his GED in 1985. He has a low tiger, and Mr. Thomas has been a model inmate, like I said here, and I do think that he is ready to go back into society and become a productive citizen.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. Appreciate that. All righty, we'll hear from some folks that are here their 2 people are here that are going to speak, and then Carrie Myers will speak via Zoom. First, let's hear from Mr. Solomon Thomas Jr., who is in the family of Mr. Thomas. Would you speak to us, please? Did I say the name right?
Yes, Solomon Thomas.
Yes, sir. Would you go to the podium? I'm sorry, sir. Didn't give you instructions. Would you go up there and speak to us and tell us what's on your mind? Doing good, sir.
Thanks, God, for giving me the words to bring to you. And we've been through this third time. And I really feel my brother. It starts to be, a lot of us been raised. All families that was involved in this project. But deep down in my heart, really big God to me, brother, please. And I hope and pray that God test your hearts and soul to let them know. Because his legacy on this earth is all elderly. Our mother is holding on is to see her son. Those who go to her grave. She's 92 years old. 93 something. What you talking about? I hope you find yours in the government.
Thank you for those words, sir. We appreciate that. Very touching words. Donald Stovall, is Mr. Stovall here? Would he go to the podium, please, and speak what's on your heart?
Donald Stovall, and I'm a friend of the family, knowing for over 30 years. And I haven't known there, even briefly at school, and same, football team. And I've always known him to be, never real troublesome man with until unfortunately this situation occurred. And again, I been saying go several times to mother. And I feel he's been very remorse about what had taken place. And again, it's a tragic situation on both ends, both sides. But again, that I believe that the gentleman is still alive. And I think, he had not paid a heavy price for time spent for what he had done. But I believe again that, as his brother said, that he would allow the opportunity. Chance of the life. I believe that it would be well worth it. So again, I want to appreciate each one of you board members. And I hope government do and find great that will allow me to be executive. He's not been in and out, even quite some time. Thank he has paid a lot. Paid a lot over it. Again. So with that being said, I certainly hope you men have your thought, have your power. Give and take the Father. The book. Clothing, I spoke with a mother. And it breaks my heart sometimes, hear her. Say, I'm all I want. It's one day, child comes. Think about any family without safety. She's in a position now where not in our hands, not in control. And we open with her. He will find in your heart. Whatever it may take, we forget.
Thank you for your words, sir. We appreciate that. And Mr. Thomas, so you'll know, Wilfred Wells, Alan Thomas, and, let's see, Roberta Dean, Roberta Dean Stevenson's, and Brenda Johnson are here at headquarters. And of course, you know that Stuart Freeman is there, correct? And those are all supporters. And I just wanted to let you know who all was here for purposes of the record, who all was supportive of you. Okay, well, now we'll have Mr. Kerry Myers with the Parole Project. Mr. Myers, would you tell us what's on your mind?
Good afternoon, Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Thomas for several reasons. One, we truly believe that Mr. Thomas is no threat to public safety. He has spent nearly 45 years incarcerated on this crime. He's, as Warnembo said, he's been a trustee uninterrupted for more than 30 years. That's significant in itself, particularly because of the work that he does as a carpenter, the positions he's placed in, the opportunities that he has to do something that could cost him that trustee status. But he's been beyond reproach with that. We believe that based on his age, current age, 70 years old, Mr. Thomas is still physically able to work as he continues to work as a carpenter. He's in good health, but the time he spent in prison is going to take some transition. We're here to help him with that. We're here to help him ensure that he has adequate housing in the transition, and he'll get that. He'll get mentorship in technology, in financial planning and management. He'll have personal mentoring in social norms and consumer skills. He has support systems when he's ready to leave Parole Project, but we offer him the opportunity to stay based on his length of incarceration, to stay as long as he needs to feel comfortable to make that long-term transition to his family. We would just ask this board to consider his age, his length of incarceration, his overall record of accomplishments, the trust that has been placed in him, and give him a recommendation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. We appreciate the work that your organization does and your willingness to come forward and talk to us about that. All right, now is the time that we will move on to the persons that are on this board. We have 4 of us on the board. We've had about 10 cases today, so we can't all study each one of them to the extent that we would like to, but we do study each one of them. So we're familiar with your case. But Mr. Freeman is the lead questioner on this. So he's the lead investigator. He'll be talking to you. So Mr. Freeman, would you tell us something?
All right, Mr. Thomas, good evening. Mr. Thomas, you left Homer with Mr. Carter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And y'all drove around and you were looking for Miss Roberts?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. What were you planning on doing when you saw her?
I was gonna bring her back to my apartment.
Okay. And then Mr. Carter, when you wanted to go back to the residence, Mr. Carter said no, and he knew he had a gun. You had a gun, and he tried to talk you out of it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you went to the house, and I'm just trying to refresh the memories. You went through a back window, went in, went to the first bedroom, shot and killed a man. Shot him in the head, shot at the woman, went to the next room, shot and killed a man, and shot at, well, you didn't shoot at her, was talking to her. And then when you went to escape, you said you dove out the window. They say you ran out the door. What did you?
I dove out the back window.
Dove out the back window, okay. You know, it's a tough case. Were you drunk? Were you on drugs?
No, sir.
Okay, so, I mean, you killed two people and shot two others. I mean, what was going through your mind?
I was an evil man during that time.
So you were mad, so you shot.
Yes, sir.
And you did search for her. You was looking for her.
Yes, sir.
I see you've taken a lot of classes. Like I said, we've all read your report. What class did you get the most out of?
Victim awareness.
Okay, and why we got the most out of victim awareness?
Victim awareness, it taught me about the other side. It wasn't about me. It's about the victims that are harmed. A lot of people is hurt. Like I said earlier about the two mothers, they had suffered bad heart attacks and all this because of me. Their sons are dead and gone. You never see them again. The people in the Gibson community, they was hurted. My family was hurted. My brothers and sisters, all these people were victimized because most of I did.
I was looking at your criminal record. You had an aggravated battery with a weapon. What was that about?
Me and the guy got in a fight.
And what kind of weapon you had?
I had a knife.
Had a knife. Okay. Just for the record, his family is unopposed. The sheriff is opposed. Miss Lillian Thomas, the mother, is unopposed. Criminal record, I just spoke about. Victim, Miss Mosley, thought you should have got the death penalty. Victim's brother, Mr. Solomon, is opposed. Jonette Robinson is opposed. Charlene is opposed. Rose is opposed. You've had 21 write-ups, none since 2004. You have very, very good prison record with letters from the governor and things of that nature. You've done very, very well. And you have tons of letters of support. There are a lot of people in your support. I just wanted that for the record. And as you can see, there's a lot of people here. So there's a lot of people out there that care about you. I have no other questions.
Mr. Tillis, any questions from you, sir?
No, I don't have any.
Ms. Stapleton?
Yes, sir. What I see here, you got 2 life terms.
Yes, ma'am.
Killed 2 people and was recanted here. I mean, you shot other people. I mean, you went through the whole house shooting people because you wanted to get her back.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what? She was pregnant, right?
Wasn't fighting.
Pregnant.
Oh,
Was
she's
she-
pregnant. Yeah, she was pregnant.
She was pregnant.
Yes,
Was it
ma'am.
your baby that she was pregnant with?
My baby.
So you were estranged, is what I read. She tried to get away from you, and you decided you were going to go get her. And whoever got in the way, they were going to die. That's really what happened. That's how I read it. So you have extreme victim opposition, of course, law enforcement opposition. And I hate it about your mother's. Like they said, she's 90-something years old. You obviously have family that loves you and are here for you also, but so do all of your victims, and you left quite a few. That's all I have to say.
I don't have any questions. Panel prepared to vote?
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Thomas, your prison record is exemplary. And are you a threat to society? Probably not. You're 71 years old. But sometimes we gotta pay for what we do. I mean, you shot and killed 2 people and you shot and wounded 2 people. My vote today is to deny.
Hey, Phyllis?
My vote is also to deny.
Stapleton?
My vote is to deny.
And I concur with my counterparts. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're Your request has been denied today. The time is 12:45.
Senior psychiatrist.
Okay, all right, welcome. This is the Louisiana State Pardon Board that you're speaking to right now. And I assume we're speaking to Mr. Alan Pharr. Is that correct? Are you
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Pharr? Okay, well,
Yes,
good
sir.
afternoon. Good afternoon. So I know you've been waiting quite a while, and we hadn't even taken lunch break, and we're just been a lot of hearings today. So I apologize for the delay. And I know that you are at the LSP, and so we'll go ahead and get started. What we want to do right now is we want to hear from you in just a minute about what you did, what you've been doing since being incarcerated, and what you want the board to do, and make that as concise as you can. And then we're going to move from that, and we will talk to the folks at the facility there, ask the warden to tell us what kind of inmate you've been. Then we'll move on to the people that will be speaking on your behalf. Then we will move into the part where the board gets to ask you questions, and then we will vote. So it's a pretty simple procedure, but we don't want to rush through it because it is very serious. And I know it's more serious to you than anybody in the whole room there or here. So we'll get through this. So to begin with, Mr. Pharr, tell us what you want out of us and what you did and what you've been doing.
First of all, I would like to take this time to own responsibility for the crime that I committed. And no words in the English language can make up for the horrible crime that I committed. To the family of Ted Landry and Melissa Abel, parish of Terrebonne Parish, Thibodaux, Louisiana. I've over and over in my mind tried to replay the crime that I committed, you know, the remorse that I have for the victim's family. There's no time that I can spend in prison that'll make up for the life that I took. I've come to realize that being a man is not of age. It's having ownership of responsibility and enduring hard work. I've come to the Louisiana State Prison, 22 years of age, obtained my GD. Took a victim awareness class, thinking for a change. And I know that I love the thinking for a change class, because now I know that before I react to certain things, I must think them out. I must be mindful of not hurting a person. And I've obtained some jobs here in Angola that I really try to do the right thing and work hard. And I'm at the mercy of the board this morning. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes,
and I know y'all have a job to do.
Okay, well, we appreciate those remarks and we'll get into some more of that in our questioning and appreciate that. Warden, tell us what kind of inmate Mr. Pharr has been.
Mr. Pharr is a minimum A trustee. He's been a minimum A trustee since 2021. Mr. Pharr is very respectable. He follows orders and he's a very hard worker. Any task that you give him to do, he will do it and complete it. He also finished anger management, 100 hours, victim awareness, and the letter training along with T4C. He participated in NA and AA. He's a teal walker and he's an HIV peer mentor. And he also did the nursing auditing class. So he's a certified healthcare auditing. So I think that Mr. Pharr has, did everything that he can do inside this facility to prove that he's a law-abiding citizen and that he want to go back home and become one, and a law-abiding citizen and a taxpayer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. Appreciate it and the job that you do down there. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move into those that are supportive. And first off, we will hear from Gloria Clay. And she's there, I think, behind you somewhere is Gloria Clay, who is a sister.
My name is Gloria Clay, and I'm Alan's older sister. Alan means everything to me. We are 12 siblings, and he is the youngest. I practically raised him because he was young when our mother passed. He always stayed with me and my husband, and I love my brother. Alan has changed a great deal over the years. He talks more about the Lord now and has realized his mistakes. He takes more responsibility now and always says how much he regrets what he has done. He's grown and matured over the years, and I'm so proud of him now. He is our baby brother. And to see him all grown up and changed so much. We're only 6 siblings left now, along with Alan, and we all live in the same community. We see each other every day. We eat every Sunday together. Alan is part of us, and we want him to be with us again. Not having him around makes my heart hurt. He has always been around me. And for me, he was like a child of mine because he always stayed around me. Not having him around, I'm just sorry that I'll never see him again. Every time I visit him, I cry. And he'll tell me, don't cry. And I try to say something. He always tries to say something to me to make me laugh. My heart is in pain. That's my baby brother. If he came home, he would have great support from all of his siblings and community. He has 2 more brothers and 2 more sisters besides me. And my husband and my 2 sons, and we live nearly together.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying.
Yes, ma'am. I understand it's hard.
Yeah, Okay. Oh, wait, wait. I will come up. If he came home, he would have a great support from all of his siblings and community. He has 2 more brothers and 2 more sisters besides me, and my husband and my 2 sons. And we all live nearby. He would have great support. We would provide him a place to stay. Anything that he needs, we'll provide for him. We'll support him until he has work and is on his feet. When he does good work, we'll be able to get him to work and help with whatever else. We'll have so many people to rely on in the family, whether it's for clothing, at first, rides, housing, food. We'll take care of him until he's on his feet. Having him around, I would be so glad and elated, shouting for joy. Sitting down, talking, laughing, eating together. I just want us to be together because he's been gone almost 40 years.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And would you state your name for the purposes of the record?
My name, I'm the baby sister, Otis or Sheldon.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, next we'll hear Daryl Waters, who is a friend. Mr. Waters?
Yes, sir. My name is Daryl Waters, and first I just want to thank the board for giving me a favorable recommendation. I've been out of prison since November of 2022, for which I'm forever grateful. So here this morning, I'm here to speak on behalf of Alan Pharr, who's a dear friend of mine. And while I was here, I was able to walk with him and observe him. I was one of the pastors here at Angola, and he would attend our services. And since that time, I noticed that he has focused on spiritual development, which has positively shaped his character. He has a good rapport with administration and with the inmate population here at Angola. He's known to be an honest man, to be a kind person who's cordial with every interaction. And he has great work ethics. So I have no doubt, I'm very confident that given an opportunity, that Alan will continue to do well and continue to be an asset in whatever community in which he finds himself. One last thing I would like to share is I'm the program associate for the Visiting Room Project. And as such, we're prepared to offer Alan opportunities to share his story, or his interview is part of our archive. And we would definitely be happy to afford him opportunities and to compensate him for that, where he can speak at various law schools and other venues throughout the country. And so I'm very proud to be his friend and know that he has taken advantage of all the opportunities that has been afforded him. And he has shared with me personally the burden that he has and the remorse that he feels for the crime that he committed. So thank you this morning for giving me this opportunity to speak on my friend's behalf.
Okay, Mr. Waters, thank you very much, and thank you for your work with the visiting room. We're hearing more and more about that as we go along, so thank you for your work there. Okay, we'll move into now the portion whereby the board interviews and Mr. Pharr, and we'll find out exactly, you know, a little bit more about the case, a little bit more about everything. Mr. Chucky Tillis is the one that drew the short stick on this. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Myers. I think I forget you about every time.
It's too quiet.
You're at the top of the list and I go to the bottom and read up. And anyway, I apologize. Mr. Kerry Myers with the parole project is next. And so anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Prater. It's been a long day and it's not over
Yes,
yet. I appreciate the work that y'all do. We're here for Mr. Pharr for many reasons. One, he's not the 22-year-old man who committed the crime. And while he as you've seen his remorse and his acceptance of his actions. The 60-year-old man you see before you today is a man who is trusted in some of the most sensitive areas in the prison. He works at the ranch house, which is an extremely sensitive position. That alone is not a reason to grant him. But you've heard what Warden Ambo said. You've heard what his family has said, and you've seen the support. I can tell you that our interactions with Mr. Pharr can only echo what everyone else has said. He has shown his character and integrity. We know that after 38 plus years, he's going to need our support. And that is exactly why we are here for him today. That and the fact that we know that he is someone who will be successful should this board give him a recommendation. I would just ask this board to let the governor decide this one. If you give him a recommendation, I believe that Mr. Pharr can earn his freedom. Whatever that recommendation might be, whether that go to a parole hearing in the future, I believe that Mr. Pharr has done everything that he can possibly do. And so we just ask this board to consider those factors today, the support system that he has, his opportunities for success upon release, and give him a recommendation today.
Okay, we appreciate that, and I apologize for skipping over you. It wasn't intentional, and we appreciate the work that you do also. All right, now then, Mr. Tillis, I'm sorry to get things all out of order, bumfumble, or whatever the word is, but.
Mr. Allen, how you doing?
You doing, sir?
I read your case several times, kind of kept me up a little bit. Tell me about, in your words, what happened. You were 22 at the time?
Yes, sir.
And I don't really want to refresh your memory on that. I know it's painful. But a person was murdered. Out of anger, or just you guys got into a fight, using drugs or what?
No, sir, it was a armed robbery. Wasn't on any drugs or alcohol.
We're not using drugs?
No, sir.
You were 22 at the time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then what really got me was the next crime you committed. The rape.
Sir.
That's how she heard about it.
That's how she heard about it. Who's there? Okay, how many years have you been there?
37, sir.
37 years? What have you learned since you've been there? I see you've taken a lot of courses and stuff.
I learned that life is not to be taken for granted, and that we should think before reacting to any situation. In my case, I was on a joyride. We planned an armed robbery. I had a .357 gun. I didn't know that if you pull the trigger, you pull the trigger back and you barely touch it, it'll go off. My intent was not to kill this man, but it happened. And I'm utmost remorse for the victim, the city, the parish. Like I said, ain't no words that I can possibly get out of the English dictionary to express the remorse that I have.
I understand. And what gets me is that, my responsibility is for public safety. I think you've been there 37, 38 years. What would be your plans to do if the governor released you or something?
I know that with the right support, that I'm a diligent worker. And I would succeed if given a chance by the board.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Ms. Stapleton?
Yes, I want to double check myself here. Mr. Tillis brought up, and I want to make sure I didn't misread it, that this lady was being raped by 5 of your cohorts involved in these armed robberies. And her son was held hostage. Were you there with him, and your name was brought up? That's how you were discovered. Because she went to the police and reported the rape, and then she told them about your name.
Yeah, I was on the,
right?
yes, ma'am. I was on the scene.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Tillis was right, because I misread it.
Yeah, I didn't hear him clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got these details
So
right. I was on
right.
the scene and they
Argument about the robberies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
She goes to the police and she tells them the names, which is you were one of them. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I misread it.
No, I think it's the way it's written.
Yeah.
I
So,
think we're all right.
yeah, yeah. So you were there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Chucky was right. I thought she just mentioned your name, but you were there on scene when there was a rape. So that's, yeah. Okay. That's a big deal. So there, when there was 5 men raped this woman and held her son kidnapped, hostage, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Then you already committed this armed robbery and killed this man, correct? That's what they were talking about, and that's where she got your name?
Yes,
They were
ma'am.
discussing in front of her. She goes to the police, and that's how you got arrested.
That's right. Well, I wasn't arrested. I turned myself in.
Oh, you turned yourself in?
Yes,
What kind
ma'am.
of yourself in?
Ma'am.
It says here you were arrested on the charges.
No, I turned myself in. Matter of fact, my brother-in-law, my brother drove me to the police station. And I walked straight in the police station and gave myself up.
Well, what caused you to do that after this lady was raped?
Well, the rape, it was 6 of us there.
Okay, it was 6, yeah, right.
It was 6 of us there, and I couldn't stop all 6 of those guys.
Yeah.
I'm just one guy. I'm not taking a shortcut of the situation. I know it's a terrible situation.
Yeah.
But when I committed that crime of murder,
yeah,
it took like 3 days when I come to my senses.
And
I turned myself in and I showed them where the weapon was, because I knew I had done the wrong thing.
I see.
And I took account for what I'd done.
I see.
I wasn't arrested. I walked straight into the police station.
Step up.
Detective, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you cleared that up for me. Mr. Tillis said right, but for me, I misread it. So, okay. And we've gone over the programs, and golly, you do have huge family support. There's no doubt about that. And all the different programs, and that you're a trusted person. We've talked about all of that. So that was something I needed cleared up there. And unfortunately, we've got 2 letters. They're very short. They're just a paragraph from the sons of your victim, Mr. Bergeron. His name was Thomas Bergeron, who was your victim of the murder. You know what I'm talking about. 2 of his sons wrote in, and they made it okay for if they could make it for what they wrote to be read. And it's short and quick, and I thought you should hear it. One son, he's opposed. And he says, I think the cold hard reality has become apparent to him. This is an attempt to return to society that I don't think someone that commits a crime he is guilty of needs to be placed back in society. Although I have not encountered any lasting ill effects to this terrible crime, I think his sentence perfectly fits this crime. His debt should be paid. My father paid with his life. And then the man has another son who has a spinal cord injury. Had a very difficult time writing what he wrote to us. But he writes that he's opposed and that if he could be here, he would. But he didn't know if he could because of his spinal cord injury, disability. My father was born during the Great Depression, and he told us how hard life was. He taught us to do what is honest in this life. You need to work hard. My mother suffered for years, and she never married another man. My father never saw his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. And from the rest of it, it's very hard for me to read, and he apologizes for his penmanship. So I just thought what you should hear what those two young men wrote about their father. And that's all I have to say.
I only have one question. I see you had a write-up in 18 and 19 for contraband. What was that? What kind of contraband was it?
It wasn't a contraband, it was alleged saying I asked a free man to bring me some drugs.
Okay. Did you?
No, sir. I never seen a free man in my life.
I'm confused about. Tim, go over that again. You asked somebody.
Get to the write-up.
You asked somebody.
That was in 19, right?
In 19, you were charged with a number 1, and in 2018, you were charged with the number 1. One time you were suspended 60 days. And L15 WCB 60 days, suspended 60 days. And then the other time they took your phone for 8 weeks. So they trying to say on 2 occasions you talked to him about getting
all right,
drugs?
look. Yeah, I see where you at.
Okay.
I had a cigarette lighter.
Okay.
On 3/14/19.
Mm-hmm.
That was a cigarette lighter. And 3/17/19. Am I right?
Yes.
A 30D, which was I was supposed to have been and asked a free man to bring me some drugs that I never seen in my life. And I was sentenced to extended lockdown.
Okay, that's what that says.
And he also,
Okay.
the one in 2018 that you asking about was a cigarette lighter. And he
So,
had cigarette butts
both
in
of them
it.
were cigarette lighters.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Both of them were cigarette lighters.
And then in 30D and 3000
of 19.
Was when he supposedly asked somebody to bring some weed in.
Yeah. That's it. I'm sorry.
Let me ask the warden something, or maybe you can answer. The warden said you had you were a Class A trustee since 2021. Why only since 2021? Did you ever have that status and lost it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did you lose it for?
One time I lost it for I was accused of stealing 10 CD players and 10 radios at a warehouse.
Okay.
And I was sentenced to a working cell block, 52 weeks loss of stove, and $1,000 restitution. I appealed that decision and I won it, and they expunged it out of my jacket. That was in 2008.
Okay.
He's been medium, minimum A, minimum B, and medium off and on since like 2000, since, 1988.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Are we prepared to vote on this?
I want to executive session, please.
Okay, we have a executive session called for. Could we
I
vote?
second.
Motion and a second for executive session.
Keith Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Prater,
Yes.
Chuck Tillis,
Yes.
Helen Burns.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna take an executive session for just a moment. Shouldn't take long. And then we'll be right back in and let you know what we're thinking, that we'll vote.
Yes, sir.
Pete Freeman,
Yes.
Both things.
Yes.
Chuck Tillis,
Yes.
Carolyn Taylor.
Yes.
Okay, we're back out of executive session now, and I think that, we left it off with Mr. Tillis had asked for the executive session, so I think we're ready to vote. Is that correct? Or any
Yes,
questions?
yes. My vote is to grant a youth commutation with recommendation that immediate parole eligibility, the time served, immediate release, time served.
Hey, Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote, looking at everything and you were on the scene at the rape. I didn't realize that at first. You have done great things. You've been a tier walker. You cut grass. All of your bosses talk highly of you, but due to the instant offense, my vote is to deny.
I concur with, Mr. Freeman for the very same reasons.
Okay, and my vote is to deny for those reasons. Also, I'm still concerned about several things, but anyway, it takes a unanimous vote from this board to recommend something to the governor. And so I'm sorry to tell you today, your request has been denied. So that'll conclude this hearing at 1:34.
So gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well.
Okay, we're talking George Taylor now. Okay, George Taylor. Okay. Are y'all, okay, we're rolling now, I think. Okay, good afternoon. It's been kind of a busy day for us. We've been going solid and straight, and I know it's a big day for you. So we want to give you your time. What we're going to do now, this is the committee on pardon committee that you're talking to, pardon board. And you're going to be, in a minute, you're going to have a chance to tell us exactly what went on at the day of the crime and what's gone on since then and what you want us to do. So you'll have your time to talk to us, and then we'll get the institution there. We'll get the ward to tell us what kind of inmates you've been. Then we'll talk to a number of people here. We'll be talking to, I believe, 4 people that will be talking on your behalf that will tell us why they think that we ought to grant what you're asking. And then the board will have a chance to ask you some questions, and then we'll vote. So it's a pretty simple procedure. Sounds more complicated than it really is. But right now, this is your time to tell us what you want, what you're thinking, and what do you're asking us to do.
Oh, yes, sir. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And I'm asking for clemency. Excuse me, but I'm a little nervous right now. I like to share with the board that I am sorry for the thing, all the hurt and the pain that I caused the people of the crime that I committed. Percy Parade, Robert Simon, and Dave, the hurt that I called Dave Jackson. I like to say that I know that I've hurt a lot of people, and such as the family members, my family members, and people that I don't even know that I've hurt at that time that I had committed this crime. I'm not on drugs anymore, alcohol anymore. I'm older and I'm wiser, and I don't cause any problems around the penitentiary. I've had out of the 43 years that I've been here, I've had the opportunity to have some good jobs here who will help train me to understand. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm just kind of nervous at the moment.
That's all right.
I've worked hard here within this institution, and I've taken many programs here and hoping that I would show that I better myself, and that I attend church regularly. I've been in many organizations here from since I came to the institution. I've always tried to be a help, and at the moment I'm in the organization I'm in now is vets incarcerated. Well, I've been a member for many years. I've been able to help a lot of people, guys, throughout the community, penitentiary community, especially at Camp Pepper right now. A lot of older guys, so I go around and help, talk to them, even if it's no more than just pushing them in a wheelchair. And if I'm given the opportunity to be granted a clemency, I will be going to work, I'll be going to the parole project to help me into society. And I would like to be able to go work for my uncles.
Okay. All right. Can you think of anything else you want to say? We'll come back to you in a minute with some questions.
Okay.
He said they'll come back and ask you a question.
Okay. Well, let's talk to the warden. Is the warden there? Can you tell us what kind of inmates you've been?
Mr. Taylor is a minimum A trustee assigned to Camp F. He worked at AS&R, which is outside mechanical shop. He's the clerk. He has been a trustee since 1999, 25 years. He only have a total of 3 DB reports. The last one was in 1998 for 28 aggravated brutal offense. He has paralegal training. He has his high school diploma. He has taken victim awareness, the victim awareness letter, to celebrate recovery, to PUCO, and 100 hours of pre-release and anger management. He's very respectable. We have no problem out of him. He has been one of our model inmates.
Okay. All right. Thank you, warden. Appreciate that very much. Okay, we'll start off and Ms. Hutchinson. I think you're the attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll save you till last, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Terry Myers, you will be next to last. And so we'll start out with Richard Hayer, a supporter. Say that for me.
Richard Neer, as in being here is near to my heart.
Here, okay, it's okay, I won't blame the staff on this misprint. Oh, you got to take responsibility. And so, anyway, Mr. Neer, would you go ahead and tell us what your relationship is and tell us about Mr. Taylor?
Okay, my name is Richard Roy Neer, and I'm 76 years old, and I've been retired for the last 12 years. During my professional career, I was the National Program Manager, GS-14, the Federal Aviation Administration, for 21 years. I'm also a retired U.S. Army Chief Warrant Officer, combat vet with over 21 years of service as an air traffic operations officer. I'm here to speak on behalf of my friend, George Taylor, whom I've known for over the last 10 years. I met George at an incarcerated veteran quarterly meeting here at Camp F at Angola, and he has been a good friend of mine since the day I met him. Our association has been built around Vietnam veteran meetings, projects, and the Angola Rodeo. George and I worked on a Vietnam veteran moving the wall project in Washington Parish several years ago. And we shared a bond with 50 other workers that assembled the wall. It was a moving wall that makes its travel around the United States. It has over 600 panels that have to be put together in a frame. And there were about 20 guys from Angola, all Vietnam vets, and also 30 guys from different various Vietnam vet organizations here in Louisiana. And to tell you about that, these 600 panels, they paired 2 guys up and they put gloves on. And that's to help you grip these panels of granite with all the etched names of over 58,000 that have been killed in action. And you have Vietnam vets carrying these. It's like carrying a brother. And that day's work takes about 6 to 8 hours. And you build a bond with the guys that you're working with. The gloves, that's just an added thing. They're white gloves with grips, but they're white gloves to honor those soldiers' names that are on those panels. At the end of the day, we had a dinner that was sponsored by a local church. And we came into this tent that was, the tables were already set up. Had a white tablecloth, plastic plates, of course, but they gave us a dinner. And throughout the day, we built that bond. And throughout the dinner, as we ate and sat at the table and talked about what we had done, we had a moment. There were no guards at that table. There were no prisoners at that table. All there were veterans who share a common bond, who had met a standard to protect the country. The chaplain said a prayer over the meal before we ate. And we just had a great day. And that was when I met George and shared. For 42 years, George has been a prisoner here in Louisiana State Penitentiary. George Taylor and I have shared his life for the last 10. Without question, when I heard the details of his crime, I was shocked. His crime is unthinkable. He must have been at his absolute lowest period of his life. I am positive he is not proud of the events which took over his life and which are now firmly behind him. I am positive that 10 years of prison life could have institutionalized or broken even the hardest of prisoners. 25 years of prison life could eliminate even the slightest sliver of hope of ever returning to society. 35 years of prison life could cause tremendous desolation, hopelessness, and despair. However, over the last 42 years, George has demonstrated great resilience. Where there would have been anguish and gloom and dejection, I saw positive renewal and reversal of character. I saw a man who has accepted his life and made it better under severe circumstances. By the most exacting prison standards, he has maintained his trustee status over 24 years with only 3 write-ups. He has taken the talents that God had gave him and worked many different jobs here at Angola. That work requires a level of ability, proficiency, and competence in an atmosphere of complete trust. It is my belief that George has overcome the years which led him to this bad situation. The youthful carelessness and perhaps selfish person that he was at 23 no longer occupies his life. If George gets the opportunity to re-enter society, he must have a plan and support that will ensure that success. His plan is to enter Louisiana Parole Project program, which is fantastic.
Yes.
And gain a stable path back to society. He wants to work for his uncle as a painter. His plan is realistic and his support system is in place. I also pledge that I will be available during these times when the transition gets tough and he needs some support and encouragement. I thank you for listening.
Okay, Mr. Neer, thank you very much. Appreciate your words, and we will take those into consideration. Thank you for being a friend that you are. Latoya Corbin, or Latoya Corbin.
Latoya.
Okay, Latoya. I think you're going to speak on behalf of your dad.
Yes, sir. My name is Latoya Corbin. I am 43 years old. I am the baby of George Taylor. When this crime happened, I was just born. 3 months is when he got taken away from me. 3 months when he took someone else's life also. For 43 years, you know, I was upset with my father for a while. And when I turned 17, we rebuilt our bond. And we have been thick as thieves ever since. He has been, I can only speak for me as his daughter and the baby, that he's been a great father to me since we rebuilt our bond. He had 9 grandchildren and 2 great-grands now. Before, he didn't have any family until we met each other. Now he has a huge support system. My brother was here earlier, but he had to take a flight, so he left. And we come and visit often. He has always been on the phone with me, writing me, talking to the grandchildren. He has a huge support system with my uncles and my family in Alexandria. My uncle, who also was a co-defendant of his, has been a part of the project, the Pardon Project, and he's in society now, and he's doing very well for himself. So I know that the project works. I know that it helps them. So if he's able to come back into society, he has us there for him. He has an entire family that's waiting and willing to help him in all the transition that he needs.
Okay, Ms. Corbin, I appreciate that. Thank you for your words, and we'll take those to heart also. Mr. Kerry Myers, would you tell us what you got on your mind for this?
Good afternoon. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Taylor today for several reasons. Number one, his record stands out. It's exemplary. He's been a Class A trustee for 25 years uninterrupted. In 43 years, he's had 3 disciplinary infractions, the last approximately 26 years ago. His service, not only with the vets, but in every other opportunity he has had there, that is documented. His service to give back to others is absolutely commendable. His service to the vets, even more so. At 66 years old, he is no threat to public safety. He has done just about everything he can possibly do in prison. And while there are many factors this board takes into consideration when making a decision, the fact of his age, the fact that he has a support system, the fact that one of his co-defendants have already come through our program through a commutation and is being very successful today. We know that Mr. Taylor will be successful. And we just asked this board in this particular case to look deep and find mercy for Mr. Taylor. While it may be difficult to do based on his crime, I think that he has done everything that he can do, short of undoing what he did, and that's not possible. So we would just ask this board to consider that today in making its decision.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Appreciate that and the work of your organization. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. The attorney is Adrienne Hutchison. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Hutchison, would you tell us what you'd like to say?
Sure. And I won't go over everything that people have already mentioned. But I heard a phrase today that made me think of George, and it was some guys get off the bus here ready to go home. And I think George's record is indicative of the fact that he was changed from the moment that he got off the bus at Angola. You've heard about his, minimal disciplinary infractions. You've heard about his hard work. He's been at ASNR as the clerk for 24 years. Before that, he's clerked in other offices, but he's a hard worker. I know oftentimes we have to wonder what makes a person trusted to come back into the community. And I think that we see that in George already, as he's already been trusted to work outside the gates within the community. He's also, when COVID-19 happened, was one of 6 individuals allowed to stay at the ASMR to make sure that the prison ran effectively and operational during the COVID-19 pandemic. He took accountability for his crime. He's gonna admit and has always admitted that it was a horrific crime and devastating to families and the community. But while George has been at Angola, let's be clear, he's helped make the prison better. He was a founding member of the Camp Vets Club. He works the concession stands to this day, raising money for toiletries for the hospital and the hospice wards. He was part of the Social Orientation Club for years, helping provide self-help programs before DOC had the level of programming that it has today. He was a representative for the Inmate Welfare Fund, which funded the prison's recreational programs and needs that weren't provided by the state. He has been helping and taking care of others the entire time he's been here. He came into the system with a high school diploma, but he also has an associate's in theology. He's taken correspondence courses from LSU and multiple Bible colleges. We've discussed his low risk of recidivism and at 66 years old, he is at almost 0%. So to make a recommendation for George, this board would not be taking a great risk or a great chance, as George comes before this board with over 4 decades of proven change, 4 decades of service to others, 4 decades of continued service, and 4 decades of hard work. To commute his sentence not only acknowledges that people can change, but shows others incarcerated the true blueprint to rehabilitation should they want to follow. And with that, I would ask the board to ask George any questions they need to understand his let of rehabilitation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And this case is assigned to me, so I'll start the questioning, and I don't have too many questions, but I want to get to the nuts and bolts of the actual crime. How many people were at the scene that were arrested for that crime?
5 of us.
Okay, how many guns were there?
On our side, we had 1, 2, 3. Oh, everybody had a gun on our side.
Okay.
I don't know how many guns that the proprietor had, and the guys that worked for him. I don't know how many guns they had.
Okay, did any of y'all get shot on your side?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, and one person was just injured. How seriously was that person injured?
From what I've read, because I didn't know from the police report that they said he got shot multiple times, but then actually I couldn't tell you how many exactly he had got. That was the word that they used.
So 2 people died and 1 was shot and injured but lived.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the wife of one of the deceased says that you served enough time, and the sister of the other deceased persons said that they didn't mind you getting out of jail. The brother of the injured person, however, was against you getting any kind of relief. Just so you'll know the information that we have in our package. So that's kind of unusual that you got 2 of them. 2 of the victims are close to victims that are saying that they want you to get some sort of relief. You've done a great job at the jail as far as turning your life around. The question that we have on this board that plagues me, and I'm not whining because I accepted this position, but at what point is rehabilitation enough? At what point have you paid the price for the crime? And are you a dangerous society? I don't think you're a dangerous society. I think you've certainly been rehabilitated, but have you paid the price for the crime? According to 2 of the victims, yes. According to 1, no. And so that's the kinds of things that go through our minds on this board that we have to determine before we send a recommendation to the governor. It's ultimately his decision to make, but he bases it on what we recommend on most parts. So, anyway, questions?
Yeah, what kind of weapon you had?
I had a shotgun, 12
Okay.
gauge.
So that was the only shotgun used, right? There was, the other two had 38 pistols?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you shot the DJ.
Yes, sir.
Why did you shoot him? Did he have a gun or anything?
No, sir. I was holding him at bay when we first went in, and I when at that time a whole lot of shots started going off, and I kind of felt the gun being jerked out of my hand. I thought he started trying to wrestle with me with the gun, and I had the gun and I shot him. So I take full responsibility for killing this man. But there was still more shots going off, and I turned to my right and started shooting the shotgun when I seen him moving going to my right.
And what about California? I mean, it seems like every time you've been in trouble, you have a gun.
Yes, sir.
I
But
mean, tell me what happened in California.
in California, I've only had one gun charged to me, and out of that one gun, when you get caught with a gun, they charge you with like 4 or 5 charges: concealing a concealed weapon in a public area, and the second time that I got caught, I didn't get caught with the gun. It was in the possession of a car that I was in.
Okay, that's all the questions I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tillis?
No questions.
Ms. Taylor?
None.
Okay. Gosh, as I told you before, it's voting time now, and I get to vote first. Would you say third?
This is very, very.
These are really, really tough. Really tough, but Mr. Taylor, the fact that 2 people are dead for first degree murder and the penalty for that's life in prison and then attempted. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to vote to deny.
Okay, this is tough. I mean, you've done 41 years, you've done very, very well in prison. It's just that all of the history of guns, and two people were shot. The DJ was shot in the head, by the way, so I don't know who was tugging on the gun, but he was shot in the head. My vote is also to deny.
Ms. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny also. The shotgun, according to here, Mr. Simon had been shot in the left temple at point blank range with the shotgun, so that would be you. Then we had another man that gave up his wallet. He had already been shot. He gave up his wallet, and then he was shot again. So, I think the crime was, got 2 dead people and another person that was shot and left for dead. My vote is no also.
Mr. Tillis?
Well, my vote is to grant a commutation with a recommendation to the governor of 43 years with time served. I appreciate the turnaround that you've done, and the people who had spouses that were killed forgave you, which makes me feel pretty good about that. I hope you keep up the good work. And sometimes things may change.
All right, that'll conclude this here in 2:12 and after. Okay, good afternoon. The time is 2:20 in the afternoon. We've been going at it since early this morning, so and we'll get started with this one and see what we have to say. Mr. Deere, my name is Steve Prater, and I'm acting chairman just for today. And this is the parole board, or excuse me, the pardon board that you're going to be speaking to. We'll all have a chance to ask you questions in just a few minutes, but first off, we want to hear from you what you have to say. Then we want to hear from the warden about what kind of inmates you've been. And then we will go over the list of people speaking for your granting you what you're asking for, and then those speaking against it. Then we'll ask you questions, then we'll render our decision. So then, having said that, we'll go ahead and get started. If you would tell us, Mr. Deere, what did you do? How do you feel about it? What have you done since you got locked up? And what do you want us to do for you?
Oh, I tried to rob a store. First time I've ever tried to rob a store, and I killed a man in the robbery. And since then, I've been incarcerated, for the last 27 of my 38 years, I've been a Class A trustee. I've been allowed to move about the state on different jobs. I've had quite a few jobs where I could learn different skills that I could take with me if I was ever to get back out.
Okay. All right, is that what you have to say? We'll have a chance to come back and ask you some questions in a few minutes, but is that what you have to say for your opening statement then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to the institution there. Warden, what kind of an inmate is Mr. Deere being?
Mr. Deere is a minimum aid trustee at Camp F, and he works at Road and Levy. He had been a minimum aid trustee since 1998. He lost it for a second, and he regained it back in 2003, and he's been one ever since. He has a total of 59 DB reports. Last report was 6/4/2003 for Rule 2. He has participated in anger management, living in balance, 100 hours, victim awareness, T4C. He got his GED in 2014. He has a certificate in carpentry, and he did 12 steps. And like he said, he has been working with Road and Levy. He's been on outside assignments, outside the institution, and he conducted himself very well. He's proven to be a model inmate here.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that report. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll move into the folks that are going to speak for you. And the first one will be, let's hear from you. First, we'll hear from your father. Then we'll hear from Kerry Myers about Louisiana Parole Project. And then we'll hear from Ms. Hutchinson, the attorney that's there. So let's hear from your dad first, Mr. Ralph Deere.
Hi, I've been coming to see him up here ever since he was been incarcerated, but before that, he was raised by me, and I thought I was doing a good job, but sometimes you get caught up in bad situations and bad people, and they can lead you in ways outside of what you're accustomed to being raised. Being with him up here and visiting him for the last 38 years, I've seen changes in him. I've seen positive changes that makes me feel comfortable that being outside, he would be an asset to society. He would be an asset to the community. He would be an asset to me because I'm 84 years old, live by myself. It would be a help if I had somebody like him, as dependable as he is, to be there to help me.
Okay. All righty. Well, we appreciate those words. I'm sure you miss your son. You ready for him? Okay, Mr. Deere. All right, let's move on to Mr. Myers. Kerry.
Good afternoon, and thank you for tolerating me all day. We're here to support Ralph. The 18-year-old Ralph was an addicted teenager who was completely lost. Today, based on, as you can see before you, you have his record. Ralph, since he's been a trustee since 2003 consistently. His last disciplinary record was more than 20 plus years ago. He's a welder. He's trained horses in the horse breeding program that has been used for police department crowd control. He drives heavy equipment at the prison. Ralph has even gone outside to help because of his ability to use this heavy equipment, even to fight a fire near the prison in Cottonport when a chemical plant caught fire. His service to the community is very obvious, but the difference is he's not the 18-year-old addicted teenager. He's taken the programs, he's done the hard work, he's looked at himself. He's got a support system. He has employment available. Parole Project will work with him to ensure that he's ready before he leaves here to take the next steps forward. But he's already done a lot of the hard work and has the skills that he needs to succeed. We'll provide him the mentorship that keeps him there. So we're just asking this board to consider this today and making its decision and give Ralph a favorable recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Maris, thank you for your work again, and it's been enjoyable spending the day with you. Okay, let's move on to the attorney for Mr. Deere, Adrienne Hutchison. Ms. Hutchison?
Thank you, board. Ralph, well, when you interview Ralph, you'll see that he acknowledges that at 18 years old, like Carrie said, he was lost and he committed a horrible crime, a decision that will haunt him for the rest of his life. At the time of the crime, teenage Ralph was from pillar to post drinking and doing drugs. He had a rocky adolescence, and in trying to get him on track, he had been in both detention centers and mental hospitals. When Ralph decided to rob the convenience store, the characteristics associated with his age were on full display. Adolescents and young people have a heightened susceptibility to peer influences, a proclivity to risk-taking in the mere presence of peers, impulsiveness and recklessness. Again, all these characteristics, both science and the judiciary acknowledge and use. And we see it somewhat carry over to Ralph's early disciplinary record. If you look on page 8 of my brief, you'll see that there are peaks early on as he adapts to prison at his young age, and then it tailors off as he matures and gets past his addiction, becomes a trustee, gets education and programming, which are exactly the prospects for reform that the court described based on those ages. The things that make Ralph such a good candidate for a pardon is his disciplinary record, which shows that he's a rule follower now. His low Tiger score and his age, which indicate he's at a low risk of recidivating. His work history and volunteering, he's proven to be trustworthy and highly employable. He's taken quality programming and poses no threat to society. While his crime won't change, Ralph has absolutely changed. This is the type of record and individual that this board can feel confident in signing off on, as he has made the necessary changes from the 18-year-old that he was then to the 56-year-old that comes before you today. He's more mature, incredibly humble, remorseful, and ready for the opportunity to have a second chance with the commutation of sentence. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hutchison, thank you very much for your work too. We'll take what you have to say in consideration. Okay, now we'll speak to Barbara Nee, who is the victim's daughter. Miss Nee, are you on there with us? You're on mute. See if you can, you're on mute. Okay, hold on just a second. Can you turn the volume up? It's either the mute is pushed or the volume is up, is down.
It's an issue with the mic. It's just a second, call it both.
We're gonna try to call you.
Call you on the number that we, got you, so.
We're gonna call you on your phone and put you on speakerphone.
But you're gonna have to turn the volume down on the device that you're on right now. If you're on your phone, just hang it up. There we go. Hello. All right, so make sure the device that you're watching is turned down. Volume all over. Okay, thank you. Here you go.
Now, can you? Okay, can you talk to us now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can hear you now. All right. Go ahead and tell us what you'd like to tell us about this serious, terrible crime.
Well, last night, waiting for this hearing, I had another nightmare about what went on directly after Charlie's murder. He was the kindest man that I've ever known to walk the earth. His 4 grandchildren were deprived of his presence and his knowledge and his good nature. My mother went off the deep end after this, and I still can't get it out of my head, having to clean his brains off of his eyeglasses. I heard everything that this person has done while he was in prison. I'm happy for him that he is trying to better himself. But as far as I'm concerned, he does not deserve to walk among free people. He murdered my stepfather, whom I love very greatly. And I miss to this day and will miss to the day I die. My children were too young to remember their grandfather. Sorry.
Okay.
As you can survive, I'm greatly upset about this, that I am once again having to go. And through this process, I've never done the face-to-face. I wrote an impact statement, but the DA called me and asked me to appear. I cannot accept that he is up for a pardon. There is no pardon for murdering someone.
Okay. All right, well, we thank you for those words, and we certainly will take those into consideration as we deliver. And we're so sorry that you've had to live through this for this length of time, you and your mom.
My mom is passed now. My sister's passed. I'm the only one left that remembers him. He used to be the bugler at the racetrack in New Orleans. He was over 25 years. He blew the bugle for the races every single day. Articles in newspapers and all the wonderful people that met him and knew him.
I'm sure it sounded like a wonderful man.
He was.
Okay, Ms. Nee, well, thank you for the going through this ordeal with us. We needed to hear what you had to say.
Thank you for serving on this board.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Randall Meyer. We're going to hear from Mr. Meyer now.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. And we're opposed at this time to his request for a commutation of sentence. As you heard, there's very strong victim opposition. And I would note that in his application, he said that the gun fired and he shot the clerk. Well, the gun didn't fire, he fired the gun. And there was evidence that was presented at trial that was different than an accidental shooting of a man. And Mr. Deere entered the store with a loaded and cocked shotgun. And there was evidence presented at trial that his girlfriend was told by Mr. Deere that he shot the clerk because he could be identified, which is different from what he is telling this board today. Looking at his history while incarcerated, drugs and alcohol were a part of the crime. And looking at the certificates he's taken, all of the substance abuse training he's had occurred in the 90s. He hasn't continued with that. I don't see any certificate anywhere that he's continued with AA meetings with the 12-step program, and that's very concerning to me. As we all know, addiction goes on for life. It doesn't just end when you take some courses to try to teach you about it. It's something that you have to fight with your entire life. So for those reasons, we are opposed to his request for accommodation.
All right. Well, we appreciate Mr. Meyer and thank you for your comments. We'll take them seriously also. Okay, at this point, it's time for the board to have some questions. Ms. Stapleton, I think that you are the first to ask the questions for Mr. Deere.
Mr. Deere, I've been listening to all the good things that you've been able to accomplish while you've been in Louisiana State Police. And the fact that you've worked with the horses and the gym breaking and all the good things that people's had to say about you. But I do see here where in your offender statement, and I had marked it already, was that while being out partying most of the night, I decided to stop by a store. While I was inside the store, I decided to rob the store. Then, as I decided to leave the store, I went through the thoughts to rob the store. I went through the robbery as I decided to leave. As I decided to leave, the gun fired and shot the store clerk. The way you write that is so, first of all, it was a shotgun. So I don't know how you went into a store hiding a shotgun, like, that was hidden in your back pocket. And then you thought, okay, now I'm going to pull out this gun and rob this man. You went in there clearly to rob the store, not just go in there. And secondly, shotgun doesn't just go off, and sure doesn't go off in somebody's face. So I think right there in your, all these many years later, you minimized what actually happened, which is something Mr. Myers pointed out even earlier. And then you heard the daughter of this man crying about the huge loss in her life that has happened. She also wrote in her letter that the man worked part-time at the Time Saver. So I think he was probably in his 60s or something, because her mother died when she was 66. And she said that she thinks that it was because of what happened to her husband. They had a deli and a restaurant. So because he wasn't there any longer, she had to work 7 days a week, 16 hours a day, just to try and keep it afloat. And then she watched her mother go down until at 66 years of age, she died herself. And you can see that she's still very hurt. You heard her say that when she got his belongings, the eyeglasses still had blood and brain matter on it. And that was in her letter also. So I'm so glad for you at LSB. And there's nothing but good things to say about your time there. Nothing but good things to say. And I do wonder I see where you listed AA. I do. Are you still attending those meetings, which Mr. Myers asked? No, stop. Now, see, he did make a very good point. It's brought out that you were young at 18 years old. Of course, at 18 years old, people go into the service and go fight wars too. That's the other thing people do at 18 years old. and, they make other kind of decisions with their lives. And that you were on drugs and you were drinking, but that you had, a drug problem. And it's true, drugs is a lifelong problem. So it's kind of odd that you would have stopped going to AA. What made you change your mind on continuing that?
Well,
Just
at the camp, ma'am?
You just went through the program and got the certificate? Because it says here that you've been alcohol and drug free for 2 decades. So, I mean.
Yes, I've been alcohol and drug free for over 20 years. Yes, ma'am. And at the camp I'm in now, they don't have a regular AA class. They just recently started.
Well, that was a good question that he had, and I wondered about it also, because I do know that if you're addicted for life.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
if you're just using drugs to get a high or something like that, maybe people can do that on the weekend and then get off of it. So I don't know what your situation was, but it says, you decided to get off of alcohol because your sister passed away with alcoholism. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Tillis?
I have no questions.
I just have one or two. Before this incident, had you shot a drug dealer?
No, sir.
Okay, were you in the car when the drug dealer was shot?
I was in the car. I was driving the car when someone shot a gun out of the window. Yes, I was.
So wasn't the drug deal gone bad? He was just shot out the window?
Yes.
He must have been for a good shot too, because he also hit him in the face. And as far as drug treatment, have they offer anything long-term over there at Angola, like the STAR program or something?
Not that I'm aware.
Yes, sir.
That's something you may want to look into if you're not successful today. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Questions I have?
I don't have any questions. Prepared to vote?
You ready? Okay. My vote today is to.
Excuse me, if I just may, Ralph took Living in Balance 1 and 2 in February of 2018. Living in Balance is a substance abuse class. So there has been some recent substance abuse classes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for adding that. All right, well, my vote today is going to be to deny because of the victim opposition and the heinous nature of the crime.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant a community with the recommendation to the governor. Time served. I think you've done a good job. All of us make mistakes. I'm not trying to soften things up, but I think you're remorseful. It seems like you've educated yourself. And I just think you need a chance. So that's my vote.
Okay, my vote would be to grant with the recommendation that your sentence get commuted to 99 years with parole eligibility.
Okay, my vote is to deny because it's a first degree murder during the commission of an armed robbery and because it's such a serious crime. And I often wonder how much time is enough time. And with a victim opposition like it is, I don't think this is enough. All right, I'm sorry to tell you, but it has to be unanimous and you can tell it's 2-2. So at this point, your request has been denied. I'm sorry to tell you that. Time is 2:45, end of.
Adjourned.
We're wrapping up today. We're signing off for today.
At 2:45, we're signing off. That's the end of all of our hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Penitentiary.
You're welcome.